Killing for the Company. Written by Chris Ryan. Read by Rupert Degas. Northern Serbia, December 1998, 1700 hours. Chet Freeman didn't know which smelled worse, himself or the bar he was sitting in. At least it was warm. The snow had been falling for about an hour and was already a couple of inches thick on the ground. He took a small sip from his bottle of Zayakarsko, the local beer.
Jesus, buddy, if I didn't know you better, I'd have said you actually just drank some of that piss.
Chet's mate, Luke Mercer, had a shaved head, slightly crooked teeth and a South London accent. He spoke quietly. They didn't want anybody to hear they were talking English. The tiny pink radio earpieces each man had in one ear were invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for them. This would keep them in contact with the other two members of the unit, Sean Richards, a grizzled old-timer, and Marty Blakemore, fresh to the regiment from 3 Para. Chet knew Stefan Ivanovich's CV well. 4 days previously, the ops officer Andy Dell had given his 4-man unit the lowdown as he handed round the photograph of a balding, jowly individual with flared nostrils and a sour look. Born 1957, made Chief of Police in Bosanski Shamash, northeastern Bosnia and Herzegovina, April 1992. Lasted 8 months in the job, during which time 12 men, all Bosnian Muslims, died in his custody, 7 from beatings, 5 from causes unknown. "And we get to slot this fucker, right?" Luke had asked. "We have reports that Ivanovich is surrounded by at least 4 heavies," Dell continued. "They're dispensable, but Ivanovich needs to be alive. He's not going to come quietly." Chet's attention wandered from the blaring TV, and he started to scan the other drinkers. One of them stood up from the bar and lurched towards the toilet. He noticed Chet and Luke sitting there. Newcomers. He stopped to give them a look that told them how unwelcome they were. The look Chet and Luke returned was cool, unruffled. Perhaps the Serbian decided it wasn't worth his while kicking it off with these two. Perhaps he'd never intended that in the first place. He found his way into the foul-smelling toilets, leaving the 2 SAS men to continue scanning the remainder of the clientele. One of them was their key to Ivanovic, and if everything went according to plan, they'd soon know which one. 17:32 hours. A voice in the earpiece. Sean, outside in the Skoda.
"Okay, fellas, the preacher's arrived."
The preacher. Prearranged code for the tout they were awaiting. 10 seconds later, the door opened and a young man walked in. He wore jeans, a thick lumberjack shirt, a hat that covered his ears and was tied under his chin, and a black rucksack over his shoulder. The rucksack was the sign by which the unit were to recognize him, but it made the kid look more like a student than a worker. The tout was looking around now. His eyes narrowed, as if he had seen something or someone he'd been looking for. Chet took another pretend pull on his beer as he scoped out the tout's new drinking buddy. He could only see the guy's back. When the tout sat next to him, he made no attempt at conversation. 17:46 hours. Ivanovich's man stood up. As he turned away from the bar, Chet could see he was unsteady on his feet. His face looked like it had been carved out of rock, with an immense flat nose and hooded eyes. Chet pressed the button on the transmitter in his pocket. "Eyes on target 1, he murmured. "He's leaving now." Ivanovich's man had turned left out of the bar and was weaving his drunken way towards a white Ford Transit. Sean and Marty had crossed the road and returned to the Skoda. Chet and Luke had another Skoda, but theirs was brown. They got in and Chet switched on the engine. 17:51 hours. The thin young man whose black rucksack was now lying at the foot of his bar stool was called Anton. He'd been cold when he walked into the bar. Now the blood in his veins was running hot. The heat of excitement. It had gone well. He had earned his 50,000 dinar. Now all he wanted to do was get out of this horrible place and back to his small apartment to join his girlfriend. They were waiting for him in the street. 2 men, each twice as broad as Anton and twice as strong. He didn't see the knife, smooth on one side, jagged and cruel on the other, until its point was pressed against his neck. For the first time, one of the men spoke.
"That pretty little bint of yours waiting in your flat. My friends are fucking her right now. When we finish with you, we'll go join them.
Anton forced himself to speak.
I'll tell you everything.
Tell us everything? Don't be stupid. We know everything.
Pushing himself up into a sitting position, Anton looked through his blood-bleary eyes towards the two men. The knife man still had the blade in his hand, but his accomplice had something else. It was a thin loop of plastic about 50 centimeters long, the ends fastened with a small notch.
No, I'm begging you.
Anton's desperate plea was cut short by the sudden tightening of the cable tie around his neck, a sharp yank that forced the plastic to squeeze his skin and severely restrict the flow of air into his lungs. Everything was spinning now. Confused, he saw the snow falling in slow motion. He saw the blood pumping from his hands. They didn't wait to check that he was dead. They knew the cable tie would do its work. And anyway, they still had to get their rocks off with Anton's girlfriend. 1800 hours. The little town soon melted away into deserted outskirts, then came empty countryside. The white Skoda had been leading for about 5 minutes when Chet's earpiece burst into life. It was Sean.
No one else on the roads. We should kill the lights.
Roger that. We'll stop a click away and approach on foot, Chet said. Our man might be pissed up, but that doesn't mean his friends are. 5 minutes later, they pulled up in a rough lay-by. More like a ditch. A moment of silence. Then the comms crackled.
Delta 3 Tango, this is 0.
Advancing now on the Alpha. Stand by to record our position.
Standing by, Delta 3 Tango.
Each man put on a helmet, cut away around the ears. UN badges? Marty asked. Fuck that, Sean growled. We'll be spotted with that shit on. The white lettering would be a beacon in the darkness. Each man removed his M16, fully loaded and with mag lights attached. Chet took a kite sight from the boot and used it to scope out the environment. The surrounding countryside was flat and sparse, no less bleak and industrial than the town they just left. I hope our lad in the bar wasn't bullshitting us, Luke said as he slung his assault rifle across his chest. I fucking hate the snow. The unit headed up the road single file, in the tracks left by the transit so their footprints didn't show up. Each man 5 meters from the next. The blanket of snow deadened all sound, even their footsteps, and the air was filled with the frosty clouds of their breath. 1832 hours. As unit leader, Chet was second in line. He held up one hand. Everyone stopped, including Luke, who was at the front as lead scout, but checked the men behind him every 20 seconds. Chet looked through the kite sight to scope out what lay ahead. The transit's come to a halt approximately 100 meters away. Looks like some kind of deserted farmhouse. I can see 1, 2, 3 outhouses, but there may be more. When we get down there, 2 groups. Sean, Marty, head to the east side of the house and secure any exits there. If Ivanovich knows we're coming for him, he'll most likely try to escape that way. You grab him if he does. It'll be a pleasure, said Sean. Luke, we'll take the front. Identify the main power supply and kill the lights, then house clearance room by room. I want any guards dead before they have the chance to shout out. We'll flush the fucker out that way. Luke nodded. Each man performed a final check on his weapons and turned to Chet, waiting for the word. Okay, he breathed. Let's move. 1849 hours. The road to the lake went gently downhill, but in the snow it still took 10 minutes to travel it. There was no electricity pylon leading to the house, which meant there must be some other power source. As Chet crept round to the northern side, his ears began to tell him what it was. The low hum of a petrol generator. He found it in a small outbuilding, and it only took him a few seconds to locate the pump with a plastic isolating valve at one end. He turned this. The engine spluttered, and the buzz of the generator died away immediately to be replaced by total silence. No one came. Chet spoke into the radio. Sean? Marty?
Roger that.
Any movement on your side?
Negative.
Chet peered towards the house, then spoke into his radio. We're moving in. Sean was about 20 meters from the back door, just behind a meter-high wall that marked the end of a backyard. The butt of his rifle was tight into his shoulder and the weapon was trained on the exit. Marty was in the same position, another 10 meters along the wall. 15 meters behind them both was a line of tall spruce trees, heavy with snow. Both men had their night vision goggles engaged, and the infrared-filtered mag lights on their weapons lit up the area in a ghostly green haze. For them, but for no one else. Something nagged at Sean. It was so quiet here. He knew these fuckers were in hiding, but still. Then an icy chill clenched Sean's stomach. It was a setup. They had to abort, now. He never got the chance. He heard it at the same time as he saw it. A distant thud from behind, like someone knocking once on a wooden door. And the moment of impact, as a round slammed with fatal precision into the back of Marty's neck, just below the helmet. The second bullet entered just below Sean's forehead with the same accuracy as the first, mincing the upper half of his face. He fell to the ground. He'd had no chance to warn the other pair that they were walking into an ambush. The front door was open. Chet and Luke slipped quietly into the house. It was as silent inside as out. They found themselves in a hallway about 6 meters long, with an old wooden floor, and crept towards the far door. Chet opened it, and Luke entered, scanning the place with the IR beam from his mag light. Movement. Luke swung round to his left, but at first saw nothing. A couple of seconds later, though, his sight fell on a fat rat close against the left-hand wall and looking up at them with eyes that glowed in the night vision. But no people. Nothing. "Frag!" Chet's voice shattered the silence. Luke saw an object the size of a spray paint can falling towards him. 2 meters away. 1. It all happened so quickly. Seconds later, Luke felt the force of Chet's bulky body smash into him, knocking him towards the edge of the room and forcing him off balance. No casualty simulation exercise could ever have prepared Luke for the state of his friend. Chet's right leg had taken the brunt of the detonation. Flesh had been blasted away in chunks, and through the grainy haze of his night vision, Luke could see splinters of bone. Luke fired 2 rounds through the open door, then screamed into his radio, "I need backup! Now!" No response. "Sean! Marty!" Nothing. "Shit!" Voices outside. Several men shouting instructions at each other in Serbian. Suddenly the enemy were there. In the darkness and confusion it was difficult to tell how many. 3, maybe 4, and armed. Luke thought he caught sight of an MP5 Kurtz. He made to spray a burst of rounds into them, but a heavy boot hit his rifle and knocked it from his hands. One of the men grabbed the rifle. 2 others seized him by the arms and hauled him to his feet. Luke felt one of them cut his ops waistcoat away from his body before he was pushed, roughly and at gunpoint, towards the door. "Get on the stairs!" Even in the dim candlelight, Luke recognized the man from the photo the ops officer had shown them back at base. The almost bald head, a few strands combed from one side to the other, the flared nostrils, the sour look. Stefan Ivanovich stared at Luke with something approaching satisfaction. "Get on the ground," he whispered. It was only as Luke lowered himself down to his knees that he noticed what Ivanovich had in his hands. A loop of thin plastic. The former police chief was running it through his fingers, caressing it almost. "You're British," Ivanovich said, his voice very soft. "You think you can interfere in everybody's affairs. You think you still boss the whole world like you used to." Ivanovich turned his back on him and appeared to address the empty rear portion of the room. "I am lucky to have such loyal men. But, really it seems not fair that they should have all the fun." Luke noticed his hands trembling, as if in excitement. He knew what these Eastern European fucks did with cable ties. The skin round his neck tingled. "I can give you information," he said hoarsely. It was bullshit, but it might buy him some time. Ivanovich appeared to find this very funny. "Information? I knew already you were coming. What information could you—" His gloating was cut short. Gunshot, coming from the staircase, and then a thump. The men with MP5s turned to see what it was, and in their moment of distraction, Luke moved. He rolled away from Ivanovich, and as he did so, pulled the PPK from his ankle holster. By the time the 2 armed guards knew what he was doing, Luke had discharged 2 rounds, one into the first guy's neck, the other into his mate's head. Then he discharged 2 more rounds, one into each of Ivanovich's shins. From 2 meters, the 9mm rounds would all but destroy each bone. A figure was standing at the top of the steps. Luke pointed his PPK in that direction.
Chet?
No reply from the top of the stairs.
Fucking hell, Chet, if that's you, say so.
The sound that followed was not a voice. It was the noise of a body falling. It was Chet, all right. The side of his face was mashed. His leg was a mess. How the hell he'd even got to his feet with the injuries he'd sustained, Luke couldn't guess. Even Ivanovich stared at the monstrous sight of Chet's damaged body. But Luke didn't care about the Serb and his injuries. All he cared about was his regiment mate, collapsed and close to death on the ground. For a moment, everything was silent. Luke looked around. 6 corpses, 2 gravely injured men, pools of blood everywhere. He tried to get his head straight. The first thing was to secure Ivanovich.
If I see you trying to move, I'll kill you.
Had he understood? Luke didn't know. The guy just lay there groaning, sweating and shaking. He turned his attention to his mate. Chet was totally still. Luke put 2 fingers to his jugular. There was the slowest, the faintest of pulses. He'd never run so fast. Snow had drifted against the vehicles. Breathlessly, Luke dug it away from the brown Skoda, scrambled into the front seat and grabbed the radio.
0, this Delta 3 Tango. We have 2 men down and 1 injured.
A pause.
Delta 3 Tango, this is 0. Is the target acquired? Repeat, is the target acquired?
Luke felt like crushing the handset in his fist.
Fuck the target. I got a man dying. Get a chopper here, now.
20 seconds later, he had a med pack in his hands and was sprinting back towards the house. Luke checked Chet's vital signs again. Shit. He'd stopped breathing. 30 chest compressions, 2 rescue breaths. Once he'd done 5 sequences, he checked Chet's vitals for a 3rd time. He was breathing.
Hold on, buddy,
Luke said through gritted teeth.
We're going to get you out of here soon.
Luke didn't know how long it was before he heard the noise. It crept up on him gradually, the faint but steady beating of rotor blades. He ran up the steps and outside. The moment after the first Puma touched down, 7 men jumped out, all carrying bright torches.
Follow me!
Luke roared and sprinted back into the house. There were 2 medics among the paras. One look at Chet and their faces turned grim. But they were in charge now, and Luke knew to leave them to it. The OC walked down the stairs.
Ivanovich?
Luke pointed at the Serb lying on the floor.
All yours, boss.
As the heli lifted up into the air, Luke crouched down by Chet's stretcher, steadying himself by gripping the webbing that covered the inside of the aircraft. His mate's face was covered with an oxygen mask, and he had a new drip in each arm. A blood pressure and pulse monitor beeped next to him. His face looked as white as death. Luke stared at the man who'd saved his life. Suddenly, Chet's eyes flickered open.
Fuck me, buddy. What does it take to put you down?
Don't bullshit me.
Chet could barely get the words out, and Luke struggled to hear them over the roar of the chopper.
How am I gonna make it?
Luke looked him up and down. He saw the damaged leg and the tube sticking out of his body. He saw the medics, their faces severe.
Course you are, mate. That's a promise.
He turned away so that Chet couldn't see his face anymore. Luke Mercer wasn't a religious man, but as the Puma struggled through the blizzard and the dark night of Eastern Europe, he found himself muttering a silent prayer to God and all the fucking angels on high that this was a promise he'd be able to keep. January 2003, 2 months before the coalition invasion of Iraq. London.
It's 6 o'clock on Monday, the 7th of January. This is the news. UN weapons inspectors have reported that there's no indication that Iraq is in possession of weapons of mass destruction. The chief weapons inspector, Hans Blix, however, has stated that while Iraq has cooperated on a practical level, it has not demonstrated a genuine acceptance of the need to disarm unilaterally. This follows claims by the United States that Saddam Hussein has ordered the death of any scientist who speaks to the inspectors in private, and it is expected that...
The man switched off the radio and went back to staring in the mirror. It wasn't a pretty sight. Chet Freeman looked down to see the prosthetic limb strapped to the stump of his right leg. It always hurt, especially when he put pressure on it, which he did every time he stood up. He had no memory of the blast, no memory of the evacuation or amputation. He lost count of the times the doctors sliced wafers of skin from his back to graft over his wounds, all the while telling him that by rights he should be dead. The regiment had offered Chet a desk job back in Hereford, but he wasn't the desk job type and quit the military. His payoff had been just enough to buy his tiny flat, and there was a small army pension, but it was barely enough to live on. The remnants of last night's booze were still visible in the kitchen. Half a bottle of Bell's, a couple of empty tins of Asda's strongest lager. He picked up a piece of paper from the table, stained with a ring from the bottom of a coffee mug. It was a letter with an elaborate letterhead. The Grosvenor Group. They sent Chet one of these notes every time he did a bit of work for them. Dear Mr. Freeman, please take this letter as confirmation that we will expect you at 7:30 a.m. at 132 Whitehall on 7th of January 2003. Chet looked at the clock on the greasy oven. 06:28. Time to get going. Today might be his birthday, but a job was a job, and he needed it. Jobs for amputees that didn't involve sitting behind a desk were hard to come by. The usual bodyguarding gigs that most regiment personnel fell into on leaving the army weren't open to Chet, but he still had certain skills that people and organisations were willing to pay for. The Grosvenor Group called him in almost weekly to sweep offices where they were holding meetings. Different locations every time, but always the same request: check for bugs, check for surveillance. Chet was glad to emerge from the tube at Piccadilly Circus, just another face in the crowd, as he made his way down to Whitehall and reached the familiar MOD offices. The person who emerged from the huddle of desks to greet him was male, early 20s, with dishevelled hair. "Where are the rooms, pal?" Chet asked curtly. "Up here, on the right. They've set two aside for us next to each other. We'll choose which one to use at the last minute." "Thanks, I know the drill." Chet entered the room and got to work. Once he was satisfied that the sockets and lights were clean, he started calibrating the RF detector. He laid it on the table and turned the dial fully on. The rate of the detector's beeping decreased, but not by enough. He adjusted the dial, then stepped back again. Now he could start to sweep. It took half an hour before he was satisfied that everything was clear. Then he moved to the adjoining office, which was identical in every way, and started to repeat the operation. Chet was just unscrewing the first socket when the door opened. He looked over his shoulder to see a woman. She had long red hair, pale, clear skin, green eyes. Her nose turned up attractively at the end, and there was a tiny silver stud through the left nostril. She looked surprised to see him. "Oh, excuse me. I thought—" Chet took a couple of steps towards her and read the name on her plastic tag. Suze MacArthur. "Sorry, Suze. No cleaning in here today." She looked flustered. "I'll go next door." "Afraid not. Out of bounds." "But I have to clean." "Looks like you might have the morning off." 20 minutes later, he was done. After cordoning off the room just as he had the first, he stood watch in the corridor outside. He'd only been standing there a few minutes when he heard a commotion by the lift, which he could just see from his position. A group of 5 people had arrived. Chet recognized one of them. What the hell? The Prime Minister wore a well-cut suit, and his trademark red tie was impeccably knotted, and was listening attentively to the bald man as they walked. They stopped outside the first cordoned-off door. "Who's in charge of security here?" the bald man asked abruptly. His eyes fell on Chet. "You?" Chet nodded. "Which room?" He snapped his fingers. "Come on, we don't have all day." "Take your pick, they're both clean." The American looked at the 2 doors, shrugged, chose the closest, then stretched out one arm to indicate that the Prime Minister should enter. Alistair Stratton, however, waited for a moment. "Ex-military?" he asked Chet. Chet wasn't surprised the PM could tell. He knew he had the bearing. He nodded. The PM held out his hand for Chet to shake. His skin was cold and dry, his grip firm. "Thank you," he smiled. I don't believe people say that enough." The muscle immediately took up position, one outside the room, one where the corridor entered the open plan area, and the third by the lift. Chet walked over to a window, absent-mindedly tapping on the tinted glass as he looked down onto Whitehall. Number 10 was just up the road. The Houses of Parliament, too. Stratton had any number of places he could conduct meetings. Why here? Unless he didn't want this meeting to be common knowledge. He remembered a conversation he'd had years ago, sitting in a Serbian bar. Luke Mercer was speaking quietly so as not to be overheard.
Stratton is a politician. Therefore, Stratton is a wanker. End of.
Chet had seen Luke 3 weeks ago as he was preparing to go away on ops. He'd asked where, but Luke had given him an apologetic look.
Sorry, buddy, you know the deal.
Yeah, Chet knew the deal. He was out of the regiment and out of the loop. Get used to it, buddy. Then something caught his eye, a flash of sunlight reflecting off something on the opposite roof. Movement. He grabbed his bag, pulled out a pair of binoculars. The blurred figure grew sharp. A woman. Long red hair, cute nose, stud on the left. Cleaning lady, yeah, right. And as he said it, he was already hurrying towards the door. The lift took an age to get to the ground floor, and the moment the doors opened, he half ran, half limped out of the building. He was fit enough to climb the 5 stories to the top of the building in less than a minute, but his leg hurt like hell all the way. He saw her immediately. She had her back to him and was slightly bent over with her hands over her ears. When he was about a metre behind her, he saw that she was crouched over what appeared at first glance to be some kind of photographic equipment on a tripod. Chet quickly twigged what it actually was, though. A long-range laser listening device. Chet tapped her on the shoulder. She jumped and spun round. She was wearing headphones connected to the apparatus and her eyes were slightly wild. "Okay, sweetheart, let's go."
Please.
Her tear-filled voice was hoarse now.
They'll kill me if they find out. I swear they'll kill me.
Listen to me carefully, Chet told her. Nobody's trying to kill anybody. She removed the earpiece she was wearing and handed it to Chet.
Listen to what they're saying.
You're fucking crazy, he said and grabbed the earpiece. I can't hear a thing.
Keep listening.
More static. More noise. Then there was a word. Just a single word out of the meaningless burble. Baghdad. He heard the bald American, the guy from the Grosvenor Group. He sounded lazy and confident. "Trust me, Prime Minister Stratton, this war is good to go." A couple of seconds of distortion. Then the voice became clear again. "The Americans are all on board. The question is, how are you going to get it through?" The voices disintegrated once more into noise. Chet removed the earpiece. "Pack your bags, you're coming with me." The fear returned to the girl's face.
No, you haven't heard what I've heard. You can't have...
"That's enough." He grabbed her by the arm again and pulled her away from the edge of the roof back towards the fire escape stairs. He knew, when they hit ground level, that she'd try to run, and he was ready for that. Fuck it, thought Chet. Let her go. If she started putting ideas about him into people's heads, he could kiss the Grosvenor Group job goodbye. He pointed to his left, the direction from which he'd come. "Stratton's people are going to be looking for me. Go that way."
Thank you,
she said softly. Chet didn't reply. He watched her hurry away, then turned right and headed back round the corner of the building into Whitehall. Straight away, he clocked Stratton's muscle. 2 of them standing on the pavement, thick-necked and slightly out of breath. "You," said one of the men. "With us." They exited the lift and strode towards the meeting rooms, all eyes from the offices on them. As they approached, the 3rd bodyguard knocked gently on the door. Almost immediately, the bald American stepped outside. "We saw you up there. Who was it? What were you doing?" "It was nothing, a student peace protester putting up a banner. Our sensor packing." Silence. Suddenly the door opened and Stratton appeared. "We should leave, Prime Minister," the bald man told him. Stratton nodded, then strode back down the corridor. Chet's heart was thumping and the girl's voice echoed in his head. "You haven't heard what I've heard." But Chet had heard enough. That fragment of conversation he'd heard suggested that the PM was being pressured by the Americans to go to war. Was there anything more to it than that? Probably not. There were a million anti-war campaigners like Suze MacArthur, the length and breadth of the country. They didn't understand the real world. They didn't understand that sometimes war was the price you had to pay for peace. He realised as he made his way back down the corridor towards the lift that the price for the morning's events could well be his job. And all thanks to that stupid girl. "Happy fucking birthday," he muttered as he limped out of the room. It was time to go find himself a drink. Somewhere near the Jordan-Iraq border. A car drove through the dusk, a red Toyota, automatic transmission. The figure in the passenger seat wore a burqa, a plain black outer garment and a long face veil with a small grill for the eyes. Then the figure spoke, his voice several octaves lower than the average burqa wearer. "If you think I'm wearing this shit once we get in country?" Luke Mercer winked at him.
Finn, relax. You look fucking gorgeous.
"Fuck you, Luke." Finn had been sulking ever since he'd lost the toss to decide who'd be Abdul and who'd be Aisha on their little sortie into enemy territory. Finn changed the subject. "They still got us." Luke looked in the rearview mirror. The road might be empty, but one vehicle was staying close, a white pickup manned by 4 other members of their squadron. "Rear echelon motherfuckers," Luke said. Luke and Finn wouldn't be risking the official border crossing, too dangerous. The car and its occupants might look authentic to the casual observer. They might have forged entry documents, but it wouldn't take much to find the weapons stashed in the bag. They drove in silence for a couple of minutes before approaching a side road that veered off in a southerly direction. They followed the track for 10 clicks before going static. This was still Jordanian territory, though. They needed to find somewhere to cross into Iraq. The driver of the pickup joined them. Nigel Foster, Fozzie, was a tall man with a nose that had been broken in 2 places and a balding head. He grinned at Finn.
"What's a nice girl like you doing in a place like this?"
Luke started scanning the border again, running through their objectives in his mind. Abu Famir was an Iraqi academic who had been educated in the West and was an outspoken anti-Ba'athist. It was clear the Americans were closing in on Saddam and the politicians had reasons of their own for an invasion. If and when Saddam was deposed, they'd need a new government in place, a government they'd be able to control, which was where Abu Famir came in. War was only weeks away, that was an open secret. Half the regiment was already behind enemy lines, scouting, gathering intelligence, paving the way for an invasion. Luke's unit had a more specific objective: locate Abu Famir, currently in hiding in the Al-Anbar region of western Iraq, and smuggle him back across the Jordanian border.
"I've got something."
Luke spoke quietly. Through his kite sight, he'd located exactly what they'd been looking for. 2 vehicles, headlamps switched off to avoid detection, cutting across country, eastwards towards the border. He zoomed in and focused on them. 2 clicks away. Here was their passport into Iraq. 2 minutes later, they watched as the vehicles in the distance headed north. Luke took the Toyota off-road and, following Finn's direction, struggled over the stony desert. 15 minutes later, they approached the border. The berm that marked the boundary between Jordan and Iraq was about 2 meters high, but here there was a small indentation, just wide enough for a vehicle to pass through. Fozzie nodded.
"Take care, fellas. Hope it's not a one-way ticket."
Luke and Finn got back into the car.
"Welcome to Disneyland,"
he muttered, and started driving. Luke's Arabic was good, but it wasn't perfect. Not for the first time in the past 6 years he found himself wishing that his partner on his op was an old friend.
"Guy I know called Chet Freeman. We could use him here. The peg-legged Kodafrag out in Serbia."
Luke kept his eyes firmly on the road ahead.
"You call him that again, I'll waste you here and now. Roadblock or no fucking roadblock."
Finn switched off the radio, removed his cig from its holster strap, slipped the headdress on again and tucked the weapon into the folds of the burqa. Luke pulled over onto the stony ground beside the highway and stayed there until he saw 3 sets of headlamps approaching him from behind. It was better to hit the checkpoint as part of a convoy rather than on their own, as it meant they had less chance of being stopped. 200 meters to go. 100 meters. Luke saw another vehicle approaching from behind and gaining on them quickly. 50. The vehicle ahead crawled almost to a halt. As it did so, one of the guards raised the barrier and waved it through with a bored expression. Luke checked his mirror. The vehicle that had been approaching them from behind was now only about 10 meters away and coming to a halt. Its headlamps dazzled him, but even so he could just make out the shape of a military truck. Not good.
We got company.
A second guard had approached the driver's side, so Luke wound down the window. There was no greeting. The soldier shone a torch into the car, while his colleague walked round to the back.
Salam,
Luke muttered as the light fell on his face. The soldier gave him a sharp look. If he opened the boot, they'd have no choice. Luke moved his arm down to his side, inches from his gun. There was a shout, and both soldiers looked round. The Republican guard driver from behind was yelling something at them. Fear crossed the faces of the two guards as they hurried back to the barrier and started to raise it. Luke didn't fuck about. He sped through the barrier the moment it was high enough to pass. Finn let out an explosive breath.
Whew, thought I was going to have to waste around on that fucker.
At 0100, they passed some buildings by the side of the road, a filling station and a mosque next to each other where several cars had stopped. Luke and Finn had no need of prayer or fuel. There were canisters of petrol in the boot along with their more specialised gear, so they just pressed on. At 0212, they came to a fork in the road. Luke bore left, then doubled back, heading northwest up towards the Syrian border. Guided by Finn's GPS, he soon took a right-hand turn off the main road and into the desert. He drove on for some 10 kilometres before Finn quietly spoke.
Let's go static. The village is about 2 clicks up ahead.
Luke came to a halt and killed the lights. 0258. 3 hours till sunrise. They'd be entering the village at dawn. Lift Abu Famir and then swastika it back to Jordan. But until then, they just have to wait. Chet had lost count of the number of pints of cold Stella he'd chucked down his neck that afternoon. As he sank the beers, he couldn't stop thinking about the events of that morning. But it wasn't Suze with her wild eyes and embroidered nose who kept coming to the front of his mind. It was Stratton. What was so important that he had to come to meet an American businessman rather than the Yank going to him? At 22:30, he'd gathered up his rucksack of gear and staggered to the tube. Time to get his head down. He left Seven Sisters Station and walked as briskly as he could down the main road and into his little side street of terraced houses and maisonettes. As he stood in the doorway of the kitchen, he saw a red light flashing. The answer machine on the work surface. He half expected it to be his amputee friend Doug berating him. It wasn't. A voice, female, posh and brisk, filled the kitchen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Freeman. This is Angela Glover, Grosvenor Group Human Resources. I've been instructed to inform you that your services are no longer required by the
Angela Glover didn't get to finish her message, because Chet pulled the wires from the back of the answer machine and hurled it to the floor. Fucking bitch!
You should learn to calm your temper.
Whoever had entered Chet's kitchen behind him had done so in absolute silence. Chet felt the unmistakable sensation of cold metal against the back of his head. He froze.
I'll explain what's going to happen.
The intruder was female, her voice quiet and throaty, with an accent Chet couldn't quite place.
You're going to tell me the name of the woman you spoke to outside the meeting room today. If you do that, you might live to see morning.
Feel like telling me how you got into my flat?
I feel like killing you. I'm going to count to 5. If I don't have a name by the end of it, that's what I'll do. 1.
He knew he could grab a knife with his left hand. It wouldn't take much to overpower this woman, whoever she was.
2.
His fingers twitched.
3.
Chet yanked his head to the left just as he grabbed the knife, spun round and sliced the blade into the back of the intruder's gun hand. He barged towards her, using all the strength in his good leg and the advantage of his greater bulk to knock her out of the way. She hissed something in a language Chet didn't recognize. Ha! And then there was a gunshot. The weapon was suppressed, so the sound it made was just a dull thud. She could fire another round in seconds. Chet had to get out of there. As he stepped over the threshold and pulled the door closed behind him, a second round splintered the wood from the inside. He froze, his heart pumping furiously, and he listened carefully. At first there was nothing. Then, after about 10 seconds, footsteps. The shooter had turned left out of his house and was heading off down the street fast. Chet pulled the keys from his pocket, unlocked the driver's door and got into his car, then glanced in the rear-view mirror as he accelerated. He could just see her standing on the pavement, lit up by a street lamp, looking in his direction. Black clothes, wavy black hair down below her shoulders, full lips, a beautiful, angry face. And as Chet turned left out of his road, his mind was ablaze with questions. Who was she? How did she get into his flat? And why the hell had she just tried to kill him? 0500 hours. Just under an hour till dawn. Luke and Finn could see the Bedouin village up ahead. Finn had changed out of his burqa and into grubby gear, much like Luke's. Within 10 minutes of leaving the car, they could see the outskirts of the village. They checked it out through the kite sight. It was a poor place, a seemingly random agglomeration of about 20 breeze block houses, each a single story high and with a shallow sloping corrugated iron roof. About 200 meters from the outermost of the houses was the shell of an older dwelling. Luke pointed at it.
We'll set up an OP there.
Their target location was on the northeastern edge of the village, backed by an area of low brush and with a solitary tree growing about 10 meters behind. Finn handed the photo to Luke before bending down with his kite sight and scanning the darkness.
I've got eyes on,
he said after a minute. The central courtyard was about 40 meters wide and littered here and there with large objects that were difficult to make out from this distance.
We wait till first light,
Luke said.
Then we move in.
Within less than 20 minutes, the cold, grey light of dawn was starting to push back the inky night sky. Luke and Finn were ready. 30 meters to the target, Luke sensed movement. Somebody had appeared from one of the houses at their 10 o'clock, no more than 20 meters away. It was a boy, no more than 12 years old, though his face already bore the ravages of a hard life.
You clocked the kid,
Luke murmured.
Roger that.
Then, fuck! 4 figures emerged from the house. They were all wearing plain Arabic dress, though one was a lot older than the others. He had a short white beard and little round glasses, and Luke immediately recognized him from pictures he'd seen. Luke and Finn stopped dead in their tracks. Abu Famir's entourage did the same. And then there was a shout. It came from the boy, who was now pointing furiously at Luke and Finn. One of the men shouted. He'd seen Finn's carbine and was raising his. "Get down!" Luke yelled, and both men hit the ground just soon enough to avoid a burst from the MP5 thundering into them. The man behind Abu Famir was short and stocky, with rumpled dark hair and sharp dark eyes. He raised his weapon to fire over the academic's shoulder, but as he did so, Abu Famir, his face full of fright and his glasses skew-if on his face, began to run. "Get him!" Finn roared at Luke as he fired at the remaining companion, catching him not in his face, but at the top of his left shoulder. The guy went down like a sack of shit. The 2 SAS men scrambled to their feet and followed Abu Famir the way he had run, fast for an old man, round the back of the house. There was a vehicle parked here, a modern black 4x4. They found the old Iraqi pinned against the far side of the vehicle, his eyes wild and his body shaking. Finn grabbed him by the collar of his robe while Luke checked the vehicle. The key was hanging in the ignition. "Get him in!" he barked.
"British?"
Abu Famir asked anxiously in English. "Bullseye," Luke growled.
"Where are you taking me?"
"Jordan, all expenses paid." As Luke drove into the main courtyard, the stocky third man, the one Finn had caught in his shoulder, was up on his knees, one hand pressed against his badly bleeding wound. "Down him!" Luke shouted at Finn.
"No!"
Abu Famir's voice was strangely high-pitched, and as Finn prepared to take the shot, the Iraqi threw his thin body against him. Finn fired, but the shot went awry, and by the time he had pushed Abu Famir away, the vehicle was halfway across the courtyard.
"You must go back for him. He's Iraqi, my colleague, in hiding with me. If Saddam goes, my friend will be an important man. My deputy, he must be saved."
Luke had gone into reverse and was now speeding back towards the house. When he was 10 meters from where the wounded man was lying, he hit the brakes and the 4x4 screeched to a halt. Luke bent over, grabbed the injured man just under his good shoulder, pulled him roughly to his feet and yanked him towards the 4x4. Within a couple of minutes they had reached the Toyota and come to a halt. Luke opened the boot of their own car, took out a med pack and handed it to Finn. "Let's get him into your vehicle. You can treat him on the go." "Treat him? You're fucking losing it, Luke. Let's just nail the bastard now and get out of here." Luke ignored him.
If the order comes through to extract him too, that's what we'll do. If not, we waste him. Now stop fucking arguing and let's move.
2,500 miles away in a poky top-floor studio flat just off Edgware Road in London, Suze MacArthur was half asleep on the sofa. Dramatic music from the TV, and Suze came to. She fumbled for the remote control, turned the set off, and then got down on her knees and started collecting the clippings. A jumble of headlines that she'd read 100 times before filled her mind. Profits soar, aerospace industry on upward trajectory, management buyout boosts stocks. When she had them in a pile, she placed them all back in the box file where they lived, and on the spine of which she had written 2 words in clear black marker pen, Grosvenor Group. She carried it to the other side of the room, where she slotted it into its place on a rickety IKEA bookshelf next to an identical box file with a single word written on the side, Stratton. Her pretty face curled into an expression of dislike. "You're fucking crazy." The words of the man with the limp who had caught her on the rooftop earlier that day rang in her head. Maybe he was right. Maybe she was crazy. Maybe these bastards had dragged her down with them. Perhaps she should throw the tape away. But she knew she wasn't going to do that. She knew what she'd heard, and she knew she had to do something to stop it. Chet drove. His mind was racing. What the fuck happened? Who was the intruder? Who had tried to kill him? It was just past midnight when he turned off Euston Road to drive down Gower Street and into the West End. He parked his car in the NCP on Wardour Street and walked towards Trafalgar Square, and from there to Whitehall. He stood opposite number 132 for a few moments, and then made his way into the building. The big, marble-floored atrium was entirely empty, with the exception of a solitary security guard on reception. Chet smiled at him. "Graveyard shift, mate?" "You said it, brother," he sighed. Chet looked around and leaned in a bit closer. "I did a little security job here this morning. The name's Chet Freeman. Check your computer if you like." The guard shrugged and tapped at the keyboard of his terminal. "Yeah," he said after a moment. "I gotcha. So I got talking to this girl, said her name was Suze, cleaning lady, redhead. Should have got her number there and then, I guess." He winked at the guard, who gave an amused shake, then once more tapped on his keyboard. "Suze MacArthur." "That's my girl." The guard scrawled a number on a yellow post-it note and handed it to Chet. "Hope you get yourself some pussy, brother." Chet grinned. "You and me both, my friend." He turned and walked out of the building, the square of paper clasped firmly in his right hand. Seconds later, he was dialing Suze's number. It rang 6 times. 7. He was about to hang up when a voice came on the line. It was sleepy.
"Hello?
"Suze MacArthur?"
Who's this?"
"Your friend from the roof." A pause.
"How did you get my number?"
Her voice cracked slightly. "How did you get your hands on a laser listening device?" Silence. "I let you escape today," he said finally. "You owe me."
"I'm hanging up."
Suze's voice was wavering as she interrupted him. "Don't you fucking dare."
"I'm hanging up. I'm hanging up now."
A click on the line, then silence. Chet dialed the number again, but this time it rang out. He called a number that he knew by heart. It rang for several seconds before a voice answered.
"Who the hell?"
"Doug, it's me, Chet."
"Jesus, Chet, what time is it?"
"I don't know, about 1. Listen, mate, I need a favour. Can you meet me?" A pause.
"Now?"
"It's important."
"Mate, I can't. I'm out of town. Trains are done for the day."
"Can you RV first thing?"
"I guess."
"Clapham Junction, platform 15, 15, 0630. Don't be late." He hung up before Doug could reply. Suze MacArthur stared at her phone like it was a snake. She was shaking. How had that guy tracked her down? Who was he working for? A noise in the corridor outside. Suze heard herself gasp. It was nothing, she told herself. The front door was locked, the windows too. So why didn't she feel safe? I should get out of here, she thought. Go somewhere else for a few days, get my head straight. That's what she'd do, first thing in the morning, pack a bag, get out of London. But morning seemed a long way off. She glanced over her shoulder at the front door. She had locked it, hadn't she? 06:23 hours. Early, but the main roads of London were already crammed with traffic. The bus drivers were beeping their horns in frustration at each other as their headlamps glowed in the semi-darkness. Commuters were already hurrying into Clapham Junction in their suits and overcoats, beating the crowds as they gripped their briefcases and free sheets and paper cups from Starbucks with plastic lids. Chet was at the top of the steps leading down to platform 15 when he heard the sound of a train coming into the station. He was just hauling himself down the steps when he heard a man scream. Chet stopped. He could hear the train braking quickly. Then there was shouting. He limped quickly to the top of the stairs where he saw an already crowded platform. There was a commotion at the end from which the train had arrived, and it sent a sick feeling through Chet's body. "Get out of my way!" he roared as he barged past a couple of commuters. "Move!" The train had stopped now. Chet turned left towards the front end. He was alongside the first carriage when he heard a second scream, a woman, hysterical. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Chet continued to push his way through. "Someone help him!" the woman sobbed. Chet stared down at the track. It was impossible to make out the features on the mangled body that lay there, but Chet didn't need to see the face. All he needed to see was the prosthetic leg, almost identical to his own. It was still vaguely attached to Doug's knee. Was his friend dead by coincidence? Like hell he was. He pulled his mobile phone out of his pocket and stared at it. Somebody must have been listening into their conversation. He cursed himself for being so stupid, then quickly fumbled with the handset's rear panel and removed the battery and SIM card so that the phone couldn't be tracked. He stuffed the SIM card into his wallet. The phone he could dump when he found a bin. Quickly he replayed in his head what he and his friend had said on the phone. Would any eavesdropper have known that Doug was an amputee too? Chet didn't think so, and there was only one conclusion to draw from that. "Jesus, mate," he whispered to himself. "They were after me, not you. I'm so fucking sorry." Then his skin prickled as another realization hit him. He'd made more than one call using this phone the night before. A face rose in his mind. Red hair, a small silver stud in her pretty, turned-up nose. Suze MacArthur. Chet stuffed the dismembered phone in his pocket and started to push his way hurriedly back along the platform. He had no idea where the young woman lived. He had no idea what she knew, but he had to get to her now and fast, before someone else did. Chet had a name. He had a phone number. 10 minutes later, after a call from a public phone box to an old army mate of his who had access to the police national computer, he had an address committed to memory. Flat 6, 124 Wimborne Terrace, W2. He lost count of the number of cars he cut up, or of red lights that he ran, or of angry shouts from drivers as he forced his way across London. Even with all that, it was still just shy of 07:45 when he pulled into the top of Wimborne Terrace. It was a residential road, no shops or cafes, but still a fair number of people walking along either side. Chet drove slowly down the road, looking out for number 124. It would be on the right, and he took a sharp breath. On the other side of the road, sitting in a white VW Golf, was a woman he recognized. Dark, wavy hair, a beautiful face. Whatever was happening, Chet couldn't just walk up to the door and ring the bell. The woman in the Golf was, to Chet's certain knowledge, armed. He wasn't. There was a public phone in a Perspex booth a few meters from the car. He could still see the Golf as he picked up the receiver and dialed 999. A female voice answered after 2 rings.
"Which service do you require?"
Police. A pause. Then a new voice.
"Go ahead, caller."
"I think I've seen someone with a gun."
"Where did you see this?"
"Wimborne Terrace, W2. It's a woman. I saw her getting into a white VW Golf."
"Please tell me what number you're calling from."
But Chet had already hung up. He waited until he could see the first car, its blue light flashing, scream round the corner into Wimborne Terrace before he moved. He covered the distance to Susie's flat as quickly as he could, keeping his head down so the intruder wouldn't recognize him until it was too late. He rang the bottom bell as the sound of the sirens got louder. 5 seconds passed before there was an answer. It felt like 5 years.
"Hello?"
"Police, open the door now!" A buzzing sound and the latch clicked. He pushed the door open and slipped inside. As he turned to close it behind him, he saw her. The woman's eyes were flashing angrily, and she was striding towards the door no more than 5 meters away. Chet pushed the door closed, hearing the latch click just as she reached the threshold. Chet didn't linger. He moved along the short hallway, past the door of the ground floor flat and up the thinly carpeted stairs.
"Sus!" he shouted. "Open the door, you're in danger and you need to let me in."
No reply. Chet spoke quickly, urgently.
"Listen to me. One man's already dead because of yesterday. One of us will be next unless you open this door now."
Just when Chet thought he was going to have to break his way in, the door opened just an inch. Warily, he nudged it open wider with his foot. Chet stepped inside and closed the door.
"We need to get out of here now."
Suze shook her head.
"I'm not going anywhere with you."
Chet tried to keep a clear head.
"Do you know anyone else in this block? Do you have friends here, people you can trust?"
Flat 5, Vern and Dorothy, but they're not there anyway."
"Are you positive?"
"They've gone away on a cruise. I've got their keys."
"Give them to me now. You've got 30 seconds to get ready," Chet told Suze as she handed him a set of keys.
30 seconds? I can't. The tape.
She scrambled towards the bookshelf where a dictaphone was lying. By the time they reached the door to the flat below, Suze was crying. Chet unlocked the door and pushed her inside before quietly closing it behind him.
"Get away from the door," Chet whispered. "Stay away from all the windows. Don't switch on any lights and don't make a fucking noise."
There was a spy hole in the door, through which Chet could see the landing outside.
"What's happening?"
Suze asked.
"Shut up!"
"Who are you?"
"Shh!" Someone was coming. He found himself holding his breath. It was fleeting, the black-clad figure of the woman slipping past like a ghost before heading up to the top floor. But it was enough. Enough for Chet to see the determination on her face and the weapon in her fist. He opened up as quietly as possible, and they stepped out into the landing and toward the stairs. Chet nodded at Suze to go first and followed close behind as she descended. They stepped outside.
"Where are we going?"
Suze asked. "My car."
"Where then?"
"I don't know." Chet's face was grim as he led Suze to his car and opened the door for her before looking up again at the window in the distance. He could still see the woman there, and that meant she had clocked his car. Nothing he could do about that now, though. He climbed in and drove off. The woman standing at the window watched her two targets disappear. Her face was expressionless. She turned away. Things had not gone well at all. She had killed the wrong man at the station that morning. She looked around the flat. It was a tiny place, smaller even than her safe house in Tel Aviv. Then she concentrated on the shelves below, and at the bottom she saw what looked like a square briefcase with a lockable clasp. She pressed the clasp and it clicked open. Inside the briefcase were approximately 10 green foolscap wallet folders, alphabetically arranged with neat handwritten labels. Banking, insurance, rent. She ignored all these and instead focused on a folder labelled Mum. Smiling now, she opened up the folder and started to read. "How much money do you have?" They were heading up Edgware Road.
"None,"
Suze snapped like a moody kid. Chet pulled out his wallet from the inside pocket of his jacket and threw it on her lap. "How much is in there? Count it." Suze gave him a harsh look, but started to rummage through the wallet.
160.
She was biting her fingernails.
"Where are we going?"
"Out of London." Chet took the clockwise carriageway of the M25 and drove steadily round to just before the Dartford Tunnel, where he pulled off for petrol at Thurrock Services. "Keep the doors locked."
"Why? No one knows we're here."
"Keep them locked." Chet filled up and went in to pay. He clocked it immediately. A police car parked up just by the air and water machine. 2 uniformed officers next to it, one talking into a radio mic fixed to his lapel, both of them looking at and now walking towards his black Mondeo. Chet could hear the crackle of the police radio. He pressed his key to unlock the doors, and the lights flashed twice.
"Excuse me, sir. Sir?"
Chet opened the door and climbed in. He was turning the key even before the door was shut.
"Oh, my God!"
Suze wailed. The Mondeo's tyres squealed as he raced towards the exit. In his mirrors, Chet saw the 2 police officers running back towards their car. Chet swung round the perimeter road of the service station and back onto the northbound M25.
"Number plate recognition,"
he murmured, his jaw clenched with determination. He checked his mirrors. No sign of the police tailing him yet.
"Someone's instructed them to bring us in."
But if you knew all this, why did you—"
"I want them to think we're heading east out of London, okay? At least that was the idea."
"Well, the idea's not working."
"Thanks." 10 minutes later he saw it, a retail park just off the main road. A minute later he was pulling a ticket from the automated entry gate to the car park and slowly crawling past the bays of the ground floor.
What are we doing?
Suze asked. Looking for something. They were 4 floors up before he found what he was looking for. Another Ford Mondeo, black. 2 years newer than his, but it would do. He selected a parking spot in a corner of the car park, boxed in by a bulky Range Rover, then rummaged in his rucksack and pulled out the screwdriver from his debugging kit. "Get out of the car," he told Suze.
Why?
"Just get out and come with me." They approached the car together. Chet crouched down and concentrated on removing the plates. A couple of minutes later they were swapped. Moments later they were driving out of the car park. "This will buy us a bit of time, but we still have to be careful."
Careful how?
"We stay off the motorways until we get where we're headed. The cameras tend to be on the main arteries. It'll keep us under the radar, hopefully."
How do you know all this stuff?
He glanced at her as he drove. "You did well back there," he said, and he meant it. Suze didn't reply. "My name's Chet Freeman. I know all this stuff because it's my job to. At least it used to be. We're going somewhere out of the way that I know pretty well. And when we get there, you and me are going to have a little talk. You're going to tell me everything you know, and you're not going to leave out a single fucking thing. Right?" Suze looked straight ahead and returned her thumbnail to her teeth. It took her a moment to reply, and when she did, her voice was quiet. Not meek quiet, but determined quiet.
Right,
she said.
Zero, this is Tango 17.
A pause.
Tango 17, this is Zero, send.
We have the target, but we got into contact. 2 men down, 1 wounded. We have the casualty in tow. Target claims is a fellow dissident. Request further instructions.
The line went quiet. Luke looked around. A Desert Falcon was circling up above. Apart from that, no movement in the immediate vicinity. After 5 minutes that felt like a lot longer, the radio came to life again.
Tango 17, this is Zero. Proceed to RV with both captives.
Luke glanced at Finn. He was shaking his head.
Zero, we're in a bad spot here. We need medical assistance. Request pickup.
A brief pause, then.
Tango 17, pickup cancelled. No heli assets. Return via vehicle or foot.
Luke nodded grimly.
Roger that, Zero.
He replaced the headset of the patrol radio. The wounded man was pale and sweating despite Finn's on-the-hoof medical attention.
You giving him a shot?
Luke asked.
Not the kind I'd like to. Have you given him a shot? Of course I've given him a fucking shot.
The wounded man opened his eyes, but there didn't seem to be much understanding behind them.
You got a name, buddy?
Amit. Where's Abu Famir?
He's here, we're taking care of it. Now come on, buddy.
Luke could do nothing other than place 2 strong hands under Amit's armpits to lug him from the vehicle.
This is insane, Finn spat. We hit a roadblock and it goes noisy. Half the Republican Guard are going to be on our tail. We'll find a line-up point, Luke decided. Wait till nightfall and work out what to do. Let's get him covered up.
With obvious reluctance, Finn fished the burqa and headdress out of the boot. The weather started to change, around 1500 hours. Big black clouds billowed in from the west, and the windscreen started to become spotted with rain. "A storm's coming," Chet murmured. Suze didn't respond. The light was beginning to fail when he headed south, passing through several grim mid-Wales towns, their streets deserted because of the insistent rain. "Nearly there."
Where are we?
It was the first thing Suze had said for a couple of hours. Her voice was cracked and quiet. "A B&B, we should be able to get a room here for the night. Stay under the radar." A pause. "We'll tell the owners we're married." Suze frowned.
What? Why?
"Because nobody remembers boring married couples." Suze swallowed hard.
Right,
she said, and they drove in silence up towards the farmhouse. The rain was still heavy, and although it was only a short run from the car to the front door, they were half soaked by the time they got there. The door was opened by an elderly lady, 75, perhaps older, with wispy grey hair, half-moon glasses and hearing aids on both ears.
Yes?
"We need a room." Chet's voice was abrupt.
How many nights?
"Just one."
I'd be needing your names.
"Carter," Chet said quickly. "Mr. and Mrs. Carter." Moments later, they were being led across the flagstone floor into an adjoining hallway and up a wide, winding stone staircase that led to the first floor. They passed one room on the right-hand side of the landing before the old lady showed them into a second room. Frayed curtains, a lumpy iron-frame double bed, an occasional table with a beige functional telephone on it. The adjoining bathroom had mildewed grout between the tiles. Chet checked the window. The frame was thin and rotten, but it was locked, and it looked out onto the front where he'd parked. There was no attic hatch. "This'll do. Is there a key?" The old woman looked at him as if he'd made a lewd suggestion.
Oh, no. No, there's no key.
She shook her head and left the couple, muttering to herself and leaving the door ajar. Chet closed it, then grabbed a high-backed chair that was against the wall and lodged it under the door handle.
Thank you,
Suze said.
for helping me.
Chet shrugged. Suddenly his leg was very sore, and as he stepped into the room his limp was more pronounced than usual.
Your leg?
He frowned. Then after a moment he pulled his trouser leg up a few inches to reveal the sturdy black shin of his artificial leg.
Were you in the military?
You could say that. Pause.
Does it hurt?
Chet didn't want to discuss his disability. "Tell me, why were you eavesdropping on that meeting?" Suze bit her lip and looked as though she was gathering her thoughts.
It's the Grosvenor Group.
What do you mean?
Don't you know who they are?
Not really. Dickheads in suits? Suze closed her eyes briefly and carried on talking.
The Grosvenor Group. It's a multinational. They invest money in other smaller companies.
Suddenly her green eyes were flashing.
The Grosvenor Group mostly puts its money into military enterprises, arms companies, aerospace, that kind of thing.
She stopped pacing.
Basically, they invest in people killing other people.
Yeah, Chet thought. Welcome to the world.
Their board is like a who's who of Western politics. They've even got former US presidents advising them.
Chet shook his head. That doesn't explain why somebody's trying to kill us.
Don't you see? If the US and the UK go to war in Iraq, it'll be like all the Grosvenor Group's Christmases have come at once. Arms concessions, reconstruction deals.
People have always made money out of war, Suze. She stared at him contemptuously.
Where's that bloody tape?
Chet walked over to his rucksack and pulled out the dictaphone. They'd been listening for a couple of minutes when all of a sudden the static and distortion evolved into something recognizable.
"Trust me, Prime Minister Stratton. This war is good to go. The Americans are all on board. Question is, how are you going to get it through?"
Chet had a sick sensation in his stomach. At the same time, he felt as though a fog had been lifted. The Grosvenor Group are paying Stratton to take us to war. Paying him, personally. Suze stared hopelessly at him. Who else knows about this?
Nobody, only us.
She gave him a hopeless look.
What are we going to do?
We make it public.
Are you sure?
No, not really, but we haven't got a choice. They will find us, Suze, eventually. She swallowed hard. Until then, we stay dark. We don't contact anyone. We avoid populated areas where we might get picked up on CCTV. We don't use mobile phones, bank cards or passports. And you stay close to me, you understand? Suze nodded.
I'm scared.
Good, stay scared. That way you don't mess up. He turned to look at her and saw that fear was written clearly on her face. He didn't blame her because he felt it too. The shower stopped and the door opened. Suze appeared. Her red hair was clean and scraped back off her face, some of it sticking to the nape of her neck. She wore a towel wrapped around her torso that revealed her slim arms and her slight sloping shoulders. She looked beautiful but fragile.
I feel better now I'm clean.
I can wait in there if you want to get changed, Chet offered. Suze didn't answer. Instead, she put her clothes in an untidy pile on the floor, then took a tentative step towards him. Another step, and when she was close enough, she rested her head against his chest. A boom of thunder. Suze was startled.
When will this bloody storm finish?
She looked up towards Chet, and he felt her breath against his face. "You should get some sleep," he said. "Take the bed.
I'm sorry about the things I said to you. I'm really sorry."
Before Chet knew it, she was in his arms, trembling slightly. They stayed like that for a minute before she stepped backwards again. 1 pace. 2. She inclined her head slightly, then let the towel fall. It dropped heavily to the floor to reveal her slim, delicately curved body, her pale skin and her small breasts. Chet glanced over to the door. It was still wedged shut with the chair. He turned to look at Suze. She was lying on the bed and finally managed to give him a nervous smile.
"Look after me,"
she whispered. Chet hesitated for a moment, but then without another word, he went to her. As the rain fell in the Brecon Beacons, it also fell on the southern outskirts of London. It kept most visitors away from the Green Acres retirement home, a recently and cheaply built establishment next to the main road through Morden. In room 213, on the second floor overlooking the main road, an old lady sat in her wheelchair. Her right foot and ankle were swollen and wrapped in a bandage to protect the sores on her skin. She had decided a long time ago that it was easier to stay in the wheelchair all day than haul herself in and out of the armchair. She was holding a telephone against her ear, and she was clearly flustered and confused.
I don't understand, dear. Where are you? What do you mean you can't visit me? I don't understand. Hello? Hello?
She looked at the phone, and then with frightened and perplexed eyes squinted up to see the other woman in the room with her, half hidden in the shadows behind the door.
"Stay quiet, or I'll kill you."
The woman put her mobile phone to her ear. She waited a moment before saying a single word.
"Traced?"
The reply was equally curt.
Traced.
She put the phone back in her pocket and returned her attention to the old lady. It was a moment's work to pull the phone from her weak hands and place it out of reach on the dressing table. She needed to be killed, of course, that much was obvious. She'd seen the intruder's face and knew what she was after. A gunshot was out of the question, so it came quite naturally for her to look around the room in search of a more subtle instrument than the Beretta. It didn't take her long. The old lady's dressing table was neatly arranged. 2 fading family photographs of a young girl and an older man, a hairbrush and a Tupperware box containing an array of medication. The bottle she finally selected bore a printed pharmacist's label, warfarin. 1 capsule to be taken once a day, it instructed, and in stark, bold letters, "In case of overdose, seek immediate medical attention." The first capsule was the most difficult to insert into the old lady's mouth. It meant pinching her papery, wrinkled cheeks with one hand, not too hard so as to avoid bruising, and using the other to force it past her brittle teeth and onto the back of her tongue. Then 3 more, and another 3. Then she stepped over to the bed, picked up the pillow, and returned to the wheelchair. It was pathetically easy. The old lady's struggles were feeble, the way she flailed her arms and kicked her thin legs quite ineffectual. Her mewing stopped, and she was silent. The woman's eyes shone in the gloom as she went about her work, and because her victim was old and her lungs were tired, the process was quick. After 45 seconds, the flailing had eased off. After a minute and a half, the body had slumped in the wheelchair. The woman removed the pillow and put 2 fingers to the jugular. Nothing. It was calm in the room now. The rain continued to spatter against the window. The pink hyacinth remained the only splash of colour in this gloomy place. The woman allowed herself a bleak smile. The staff here would be used to occupants dying. When they found the old lady, they would surely assume that she had come to the end of her natural life. If anyone did decide to investigate further, they would discover the overdose of warfarin and assumed that the confused old lady had had one bout of confusion too many. She opened the door and walked out. The corridor was deserted, and she didn't encounter a single person until she was down in reception, where nobody paid her any attention anyway. Outside the home, she pulled out her phone and called a number.
"Mrs. MacArthur has quietly slipped from our embrace," she said.
Then she waited as the voice at the other end read out an address. They stayed in the shadows as they looked out and up into the cloudy sky. 2 minutes later, the MI-8 appeared and circled above the desert just half a click from their position, low enough for them to be able to see it.
"Reckon they're looking for us?"
Finn's voice was dry. Luke frowned.
"Put it this way, I don't think it's a jolly."
He checked his watch. Midday. Ample time for word of the firefight back in the village to have reached military headquarters in Baghdad, and for them to have dispatched a heli. Did the authorities know that Abu Famir had been hiding out there and was now on the move? Maybe. Maybe not. But Luke had to plan for the worst. He had to assume that the Iraqis were coming for them. He looked over his shoulder into the gloom of the cave. Abu Famir was half kneeling, half lying by the Toyota, deep in prayer. The guy was a pain in the arse, wheezily, whinging, never stopped talking. He turned back to Finn.
"We better hope that cloud cover stays put. Roger that."
At that moment, the noise of the chopper altered. From their hidden vantage point, they saw it change direction and head straight towards the cave. The two men exchanged a glance. It was clear they were both thinking the same thing. Have they spotted us? Another noise, but from inside this time, Amit crying out in pain. Finn made no attempt to hide his irritation, but before he could speak, Luke told him, "Keep stag," then stepped back into the cave. They had driven the Toyota as deep inside as possible, opened all the side doors and turned the back seat into a makeshift hospital bed. Finn had suspended a drip bag from the roof and mainlined it into the back of Amit's hand, but things weren't looking good for their companion. He'd lost a lot of blood, and they had only one morphine shot left. Luke crouched down by his head.
"Amit, buddy, how you doing?"
Amit's eyes shot open.
Maya.
Whatever language he was speaking, it wasn't Arabic, which meant Abu Famir was lying to them. Their companion wasn't Iraqi. No fucking surprise there, but he wasn't Jordanian either. Luke was about to say something by way of reply when there was a noise from the mouth of the cave, a hiss. Finn was beckoning him over.
"I'll be back in a minute, buddy. You hold on, okay?"
He hurried silently over to where Finn was stationed, and he didn't need to speak to know what the problem was. There was a voice in the wind. A lone voice, singing. Someone was nearby. Luke held his breath. Through the mouth of the cave he could see, just coming into view from the right and about 50 meters away, a herd of perhaps 15 goats. A single person was driving them, a Bedouin. Luke hurried back inside to find Abu Famir still praying. He nudged the Iraqi with his foot.
"Shut up and get in the fucking car."
He returned to the front of the cave. Finn was in the shadows, one knee on the ground and his weapon in the firing position. Luke loosened a knife in his ops waistcoat.
"If he sees us, I'll jump him. If he runs, slot him."
Luke could see his face. He was in his early teens, the dark skin of his cheeks coated with bum fluff. He shouted something at the goats in a reedy voice and made a clicking sound with his throat, but it seemed to have no effect. The goat herd shrugged, then removed a leather satchel from his shoulder and sat cross-legged on the ground. He rummaged in his satchel and pulled something out. Luke examined it through the sight of his assault rifle. It was an old cassette Walkman. A groan from inside the cave. It was Amit, and the sound made Luke's skin prickle. One of the goats looked up, but the goat herd was lost in the music. 5 minutes passed while he finished his meal, unaware of the danger he was in. He licked the fingers of his right hand, removed the Walkman, and stood up again. Apparently satisfied that he was alone, he crouched down on the ground and raised the hem of his dish-dash. "That's right, buddy," Luke thought to himself. "Have yourself a good shit and then fuck off out of here." 2 minutes later, the kid was out of sight. The noise and stench of his beasts had disappeared and everything was silent. Luke checked the time. 12:28. 5 hours till sunset. When darkness came, they'd need to get on the road and hope their luck held. And in the absence of luck, they'd have to use force. He couldn't really decide if he was looking forward to nightfall or dreading it. 21:32 hours. They were ready to go. Amit was shaking feverishly, his wound almost as bad as any Luke had ever seen. As well as shaking, he was talking to himself. Through the burqa, it was difficult to make out what he was saying, and most of it was in a language Luke didn't understand anyway, but he caught the name Maya more than once. "What's the plan? We've got 80 miles of main road to cover before we can turn off. I reckon we're looking at 2 hours. We only passed one static checkpoint on the way through, and that was about an hour in, so we should reach it about 11. 50-50, they'll just wave us through. But if not, we'll have to use false, then floor it to the border." They drove down slowly by the light of their night vision. They saw no one. They pulled out into the main road, and like the previous night, it wasn't very busy. About 1 vehicle in 20 was military, but there were sufficient civilian cars for the Toyota to be quite unremarkable. Amit groaned in the back. In the mirror, Luke could see that his head had slumped, and Abu Famir was looking at his burqa-clad neighbour with a worried expression.
"How far until we—"
"Shut it!" There were lights up ahead. The checkpoint. Vehicles in front of them were slowing down. Luke felt for his handgun and sensed Finn doing the same. He looked ahead. On the other side of the road, the barrier was down, and a long line of vehicles, 8 or 9 in total, their headlamps dazzling in the darkness, were queuing behind it. There were 5 cars between them and the checkpoint, spaced about 20 metres apart and all travelling at a respectful crawl. Luke looked away, concentrating on the road and doing what he could to appear unassuming, but his peripheral vision was focused on the guard who was moving towards the barrier. Luke felt his blood chill.
Stand by,
he muttered to Finn.
"Burn it,"
said Finn, his lips barely moving. "Just get through." Luke accelerated slightly, not fast enough to make him look suspicious. The guard was just making to close the checkpoint when they crossed. In the mirror, Luke saw the barrier slam down and the car behind them come to a halt. The guards swarmed, but now Luke was able to speed up and the checkpoint soon vanished into the darkness. Finn exhaled hard.
"Jesus, I thought it was all about to go Tora Bora for a minute back there. We're not out of the woods yet," Luke murmured.
22:31 hours. Distance to the border, 22 clicks. Finn had his GPS unit on his lap.
2 clicks till we turn.
He stopped. 200 metres ahead he could see a line of red brake lights. 30 seconds later they too were part of the queue. Luke counted 7 armed red berets, 3 of them standing in the middle of the highway forming a temporary roadblock while the remaining 4 were searching each vehicle that passed. 4 cars to go before it was their turn to be searched. 3. From the back came a murmur. Abu Famir had closed his eyes and was muttering as if in prayer. Luke looked at the fuel gauge. Half a tank. Enough to get them across the border again? It would have to be, because once he put his foot on the accelerator, there'd be no time to stop. 2 cars ahead of them in the queue. The regiment men didn't need to speak. They knew what they had to do. Luke pulled the hammer back on his suppressed cig and checked the mirrors. Luke wound down his window. Finn did the same. Strike hard, strike fast. It was the only way. Now the guards were alongside them, one on Luke's side, one on Finn's. They bent down at the same time to look into the car, and they never knew what hit them. The firefight was strangely quiet. Very few shouts from the enemy and none from the other drivers who didn't exit their vehicles. By now, Finn had dropped 3 men, Luke 2, but there were 2 more standing behind a civilian vehicle, distance 25 metres, their weapons resting on the top of the car and ready to fire. Luke kept calm. He lined up his crosshairs with the head of one of the men and took the shot quickly. He knew as he squeezed the trigger that his aim was good, and he immediately switched his attention to the last guard. Impossible to say which of them had hit the last man, but one of them had.
"You cannot just kill men like that!"
Abu Famir shouted.
"I will have you reported!"
Finn looked over the back of his seat and pointed his cig directly at Abu Famir.
"If you don't shut up, I'll do you too!"
They saw it from a couple of clicks. The road ran downhill to the border post, so they had the advantage of height. The checkpoint itself was illuminated in the darkness. There were 2 sections, the Iraqi and the Jordanian, separated, Luke estimated, by about 200 metres of open ground. They had only one option: to ditch the Toyota, travel by foot, and try to find a weak point in the border fence. They'd find it tough enough with Abu Famir in tow. There was certainly no room for any more stragglers, especially wounded ones. A kilometre from the border, Luke pulled over. Amit's body was trembling.
Take this thing off my head.
Luke nodded at Finn to do as the man had asked. Even in the darkness of the car, they could tell that Amit was on the way out. He spoke again.
Abu Famir has to get out.
That's the plan, buddy.
Can you get him across country?
We can try.
I'm going to die, aren't I? Of my wounds, I mean.
A pause.
You're in bad shape, buddy. You want me to end it now? It'll be quick.
Amit swallowed. His breath became a bit shorter, and he shook his head.
It's my job to ensure Abu Famir is safe.
Who are you working for?
Luke demanded. Amit closed his eyes.
For the Institute. Mossad. For Israel.
For fuck's sake, Luke, Finn cut in. We can't hang about.
Luke nodded. What Finn hadn't said, what he hadn't needed to say, was that they couldn't leave Amit alive. It would be easy for the enemy to torture their plans out of him.
Do it,
Finn said.
Wait.
Amit's plea left him breathless.
I can help you.
You're a bit past that, mate.
Listen to me. I can drive the car to the border, cause a distraction.
Luke and Finn exchanged a glance.
Go on.
Do you have explosives?
Luke nodded.
What do you have?
C4, frags, white phos. Amit nodded and his eyes flickered from one man to the other. 2 minutes later, Luke and Finn were standing 5 meters from the car. Do you trust him? Finn asked. He's a good man, Luke murmured. Don't know if I'd have the balls. We need to make a decision now, Finn said. A pause. Luke nodded. Let's do it. It wasn't easy. Amit's legs were too weak to carry him and his knees buckled the moment he tried to stand. By the time he was in the driver's seat, he was coughing badly, a dreadful, hacking, wheezing sound. Get Abu Famir away from the car, Luke told Finn, taking the grenades from him and turning his attention back to Amit. The Israeli was slumped forward, his forearms flat against the steering wheel and his body shaking violently.
Quickly,
he murmured.
Quickly!
Luke turned the ignition key. He wound down the windows, then carefully removed the pin from one of the grenades, but kept the safety lever tightly squeezed.
Okay, buddy, you're good to go.
The Toyota moved off just as the other 3 men turned and started to walk across the desert. Amit shook, but he couldn't allow the final remnants of strength to drain from his body too soon. The rear lights of the cars that passed him drew long red neon lines through space. Amit felt as though a mist was gathering all around him. The closer it came, the less strength he had. A car overtook, the driver beeping his horn at Amit's slowness. He barely noticed. His concentration was all used up. How far to the border? How much further could he last? Time passed. He had no conception of it. He saw Maya in his mind, his sister. When she learned what he had done, she would be proud of him. That thought alone gave him a little extra strength, a little extra resolve. The lights outside were brighter, more numerous. There were people, uniforms, men with guns. Ahead of him there was a queue. 3 vehicles, perhaps 4. The car ahead had moved off. Amit advanced a final few meters towards the barrier. Figures surrounded the Toyota, shadowy and indistinct. Amit had no idea how many there were. He was past counting, past caring. But he knew there were only seconds left. Amit didn't hear the explosion of the grenades or of the ammunition stash in the passenger seat. He didn't see the burning white fluorescence that filled the car and burst out of the open windows. He was dead before the car exploded, throwing shrapnel, rounds, fire and burning chemicals high into the air and raining down on the border post and the soldiers who guarded it. In the darkness of the desert, Luke, Finn and Abu Famir heard the explosion. A single boom. Abu Famir shook his head in disbelief, visibly moved.
Who was he?
Luke wiped a trickle of sweat from his forehead.
A decent guy.
A pause.
In your world?
Abu Famir said.
Do decent guys always cause such destruction?
Luke turned his back on the explosion. He nodded at Finn, who nudged Abu Famir with the butt of his M4. Get moving, Sunshine. We've got to board it across. Chet woke up with a start. It was a thunderclap that had roused him. He got out of bed, dressed quickly, and went to the window. What he saw made him feel as if the blood had drained from his veins. A vehicle was approaching. Its headlamps were off, but there was the faintest glow from the dashboard, which disappeared as the car came to a halt by the black Mondeo. He checked his watch, 02:31 hours. Chet looked over to where Suze was still sleeping fitfully. He moved over to her side of the bed, put one hand on her shoulder, one over her mouth, and shook her. She woke up suddenly, looking round as if she didn't know where she was. "I'm going to ask you this once. Who did you call earlier?"
"My mum," she whispered. "I'm sorry. I just had to speak to her."
Chet closed his eyes. "Listen to me carefully. Your mother's dead." She stared at him. "You'll be dead too if you don't do exactly what I say. Get dressed." Suze didn't move, so Chet grabbed her by the arm and pulled her naked to the window. "See that vehicle? It arrived less than a minute ago." As he spoke, a light came on in the car as the door opened and a figure got out.
"Oh my God,"
Suze whispered. "Get dressed now."
"Is it her?"
"Now!" From downstairs came the sound of the dog barking. Once, twice, each bark seemed to go right through Suze. Chet made for the door, but she grabbed hold of him.
"Please, don't leave me."
"I'll be right back. Keep the door closed and don't make a sound." He made his way down the stairs, slowly and very quietly. Even in the darkness, he could see that the main door was shut, but there was something on the ground. He was only a metre away when it started to dawn upon him what it was. Bending down, he touched the fur of the cocker spaniel, its body totally lifeless. He spun round and touched the stone floor. Wetness, footprints, he hadn't noticed them before. There was a door at the right, slightly ajar, and one at the end. Chet put his back to the wall next to the open door and slowly kicked it further open. No sound. The old lady was lying on the bed, face up. Next to her, her husband. Chet bent over and pressed 2 fingers against her jugular. No pulse. She was already going cold. Movement. He turned and exited the room in time to see a figure disappear up the stairs at the end of the hallway, then limped after it. And it was then that the screaming started. It came from upstairs. And it was Suze. Chet burst through the open door to see the black-clad figure of the woman. She had her back to him. Her hair was wet, and so were her clothes. Suze was just in front of her, and she was being throttled from behind. Chet crashed into her, his weight causing her to release her grip on Suze and fall against the wall. Like a cat, she regained her footing, and she turned to face him, pulling a handgun as she did so. Beretta Model 70. Hurrah! Something clicked in Chet's brain. The crack of the weapon firing was deafeningly loud at this range. Chet managed to knock the woman's hand as she discharged the round. He felt the bullet nick the flesh on the top of his right arm. He hurled himself at her once more and grabbed the woman by her upper arms, and with all the strength his damaged body could summon, threw her down the stairs and onto the stone flags below. There was a dreadful clattering as she tumbled, along with the noise of an accidental discharge from the Beretta. And then silence. Chet didn't wait. He hurried back to the bedroom, pulled his wallet from his trouser pocket and pressed it into Susie's hands. "There's money there, go!" She froze.
"What about you?"
"Just go."
"How will you find me?"
"There's a cairn on the top of a hill about a mile due north of here. I'll meet you there before sunrise. If I'm not there by then, hide. And don't stop hiding." A sound from downstairs. Movement. Chet turned back to Suze. "She's Mossad."
"What?"
"Beretta Model 70 semi-automatic. It's their signature weapon." Footsteps coming up the stairs. He pushed her towards the window. "Go! Don't stop running! Find the cairn!" She nodded and started to climb inexpertly out of the window and onto the lean-to roof just below it. The woman had 2 weapons in her hands, the Beretta in her right and in her left a brass poker that she had found beside the fireplace downstairs. It wasn't heavy, but heavy enough. She looked into the room. The window was open, rain splattering in, and the latch knocked against the frame. Had they escaped her again? Carefully she stepped inside.
He came at her from behind the door, but she was ready for him. One swipe of the poker at the leg he limped on was all it took. Metal met metal with a dull thud, and he crumpled immediately to the ground. But he still attempted to grab her ankles and unbalance her footing. She was nimble enough to avoid that, nimble enough to stamp down on his hands before she whacked him again, hard on his wound. Another gasp, and his body started to shake. For the third blow of the poker, she raised her hand a little higher in the air. When she brought it down on the side of his head, there was a thump, and his body immediately went limp. Silently, she made her way down to the ground floor and propped open the door of the greasy old gas oven with a coal scuttle before turning the oven dial onto full. The smell of gas grew stronger. Stronger. She gave it 5 minutes before opening the door and stepping outside. Standing in the porch with her back to the garden, she twisted the newspaper to make a torch and lit it. She waited for the flame to catch properly, then opened the door again, casually tossed the blazing paper inside, and hurried away from the house. Sue scrambled. Her clothes were soaked and her matted hair was stuck to her tear-stained face. A sudden explosion behind her. She stopped and turned, and over the next 60 seconds she stared at the orange flames emerging from the windows of the ground floor. She stared as the flames rose higher. "What have I done?" A sob escaped her throat, barely audible above the sound of the weather, and she shook her head as a corkscrew of terror and grief twisted in her heart. What kind of nightmare had she brought upon herself? As she stood there, suddenly, unexpectedly, the moon appeared. Without knowing where the instinct came from, she threw herself to the ground to avoid being lit up against the horizon, then crawled on all fours towards the cairn. She heard sirens in the distance. Soaked and freezing, she hugged the stones, waiting for a figure to arrive, waiting to hear his voice. She lay there, shivering, crying, knowing she should run, but not knowing where to run to. She could have managed it with him alongside her. He knew what to do, how to protect them. But he couldn't protect them anymore. How on earth could she stay hidden, now that the one man who could look after her was dead? London, the following day. It was cold in Hyde Park. 2 figures were walking north to south from Lancaster Gate along the still, gloomy waters of the Serpentine.
"You've done well, Maya,"
said the man quietly in Hebrew.
"Not so well,"
she said, and she pulled her coat a little more tightly around her.
"The woman got away."
"We'll find her," Cohen replied with no trace of a smile. "The word is out. She can't hide for long." Maya inclined her head.
"When she pops up, I should be the one."
They walked on for 20 meters in silence, ignoring the strident bell of a cyclist who was forced to swerve off the path and onto the grass to pass them. "You understand the importance of what you did last night?"
"I just do what I'm told."
"Of course. But I want you to know why, Maya. You think the Institute has any real interest in a former British soldier with one leg or in his girlfriend?"
"It depends what they've been up to, I suppose."
"Indeed it does, Maya. Indeed it does. The truth is that I don't know what they've been up to. All I know is this. It was Prime Minister Stratton himself who ordered their removal." Maya stopped and looked at him.
"Are we servants for the British now?"
The thought angered her. Cohen smiled. "Hardly that, Maya. Hardly that."
"This war,"
Maya murmured.
"It makes no sense."
"What do you mean?" Maya stopped and looked around.
"Find me one British person in this park who thinks Britain should invade Iraq. Why is Stratton so keen to take them into a war that nobody wants?"
"I don't know. To be frank with you, Maya, I don't care. A coalition invasion of Iraq is good for Israel."
"I wish I was involved in that."
"You are, in your way."
"Not like Amit."
It was the name of Maya's brother that caused Cohen to stop. He gave Maya a serious look. "I have something to tell you."
"What is it?"
Cohen's brow furrowed. "It's Amit."
"What? What?"
"He's dead, Maya. I'm sorry."
"You're lying."
but she could tell from the way that Cohen shook his head that he wasn't. "War is around the corner," he murmured, staring out across the park. "The Arabs will pay for what they did to Amit. You must play a part, Maya, for Amit and for Israel." Maya was still trying to quell the rage inside her.
"What do you want me to do?"
Cohen nodded with satisfaction. Then slowly he removed a small photograph from his shapeless overcoat. It was a colour portrait of a man in his 60s, perhaps older, with a thin grey beard and glasses.
"Who is he?"
Maya asked. "A British weapons inspector, well respected by all accounts. Unfortunately, he has taken it upon himself to become a thorn in the British government's side. He's of the opinion that the Iraqis are not in possession of weapons of mass destruction. MI5 can't touch him. It would raise too many suspicions. That's why the job is yours. It needs to look like an accident, Maya."
"I'm not doing it."
Silence. "I don't believe that I offered you a choice." She handed him back the photograph.
"Someone else can go after this guy. I want direct action against the Arabs."
"You're making a mistake, Maya. I fight your corner at the Institute. Walk away now and I won't be able to do that anymore." She continued to stare at him, but in her mind all she saw was her brother's face, and the pain of Amit's death twisted inside her once again. She slowly shook her head.
"You won't need to."
"Don't make the wrong decision, Maya."
"The Institute is weak. If it won't do what needs to be done, I will."
And then she turned her back on her handler and walked away from the bench. She didn't look round because she knew that a man like Ephraim Cohen would take that as a sign of weakness. Cohen watched her leave, then pulled his mobile phone from the pocket of his shabby coat. A voice answered.
"Who's this?"
"It's me, Cohen." A silence.
"What do you want?"
"A favor. Or rather the repayment of a favor. I have a little problem, and I need you to take care of it for me." Maya left the park and hailed a taxi. 10 minutes later she was letting herself into an unmarked door in Lexington Street in Soho and climbing up the tacky carpet of the stairs that led into the operational apartment she had inhabited for these past 5 years. She headed straight for the bedroom. Lipstick, mascara, perfume. Sometimes these weapons were as formidable as any gun, and she needed to apply them with care. First, however, she showered, washing away the dirt of last night's job. The clothes she chose from her wardrobe left little to the imagination. Black hold-ups, lace underwear, no bra, but a short white dressing gown with 2 pockets. She took a seat in her bedroom armchair. And here she waited. She didn't hear footsteps coming up the stairs, but then she wouldn't have expected to. Any hitman worth the name should be able to tread quietly. The first she saw of him was his weapon, a suppressed handgun peeking round the corner of the door as it slowly opened to reveal a shadowy figure silhouetted in the frame. Silence.
"Who are you?"
she whispered.
"How did you get into my—"
"Shut up!"
"Please, don't hurt me. I'll do what you want."
The young man took another couple of steps towards her.
"Please,"
she said.
"I'll do anything."
"Get over to the bed," he instructed. "Lie down. Maybe I'll let you live."
The arrogance, she thought. This was why women made better killers than men. The man towered above her, lasciviously taking in the sight, then bent down and roughly yanked her knees apart. She let him continue for about 10 seconds before slowly moving her left hand down to the pocket containing her knife. She moaned as she removed it, just to keep him interested.
"You like that, huh?"
she heard him say, like some boorish star in a porno flick.
"Yeah,"
Maya replied in kind. She'd studied the movies and she knew what guys liked to hear.
"Yeah, I like that."
It was a single movement. She used the strength in her stomach muscles to sit up at the same time as she brought the knife arm down with all the force she had. The thin blade slammed into the back of the man's neck with absolute ease. It took him about a minute to die.
A minute during which a thick pool of blood seeped from the back of his neck and the twitching of his limbs receded into nothingness. Maya watched it happen, standing above her victim, semi-clad, and with a flat, dispassionate look in her eyes. This time, the blood took longer to clean from her skin. The shower ran cold, but she stayed there until the water spiraling around the plug hole was no longer pink. When she stepped out, she was covered in goosebumps, so she dried quickly and put on a clean set of clothes, barely glancing at the mutilated corpse on her bed. It was time to leave. There was nothing she wanted to take with her, except the snub-nose, the Beretta, and the extra rounds. She would never be returning to this place. She allowed herself one final look at her handiwork. Did it say what she wanted it to say? Did it warn Ephraim Cohen and the others at the Institute what would happen to anybody they sent after her? Damn right it did. Maya Bloom walked out of the bedroom, descended the stairs, and stepped out into the cold night air, closing the front door quietly behind her.
10 years later, 5th of December, 2013. Reg Parker, the driver of the soon-to-depart 1655 train from Bristol Parkway to London Paddington, was deeply engrossed in his daily express. He had a thing for Kate Middleton and was glad to be alone in the driver's compartment to lech over the double-page spread plastered with paparazzi shots of her on a beach in Antigua. He looked up in irritation when he heard a tap on the platform side window. Some bloody foreigner was standing there grinning like an idiot. He wore a baseball cap and dark glasses, so Reg couldn't tell what nationality he might be. Chink, perhaps. He tapped louder. Reg, irritated now, threw Kate and her sun-kissed skin to one side and lowered the window.
Look, mate, you need to step back from the...
He drew breath rapidly. The train spotter wasn't smiling anymore, and he obviously wasn't a train spotter either. As soon as Reg had dropped the window, he'd stuck his right hand through the opening. He was holding a gun.
You got 5 seconds to open up.
The gunman's accent was heavy and unknown to Reg, who started to tremble.
3 seconds.
Reg fumbled desperately as he opened the driver's door. The gunman stepped in immediately, pulled the door shut and slid down, with his back against the lower section of the door so he couldn't be seen from outside.
Raise the alarm and I'll kill you. Do anything except drive off on time and I'll kill you.
Reg swallowed hard. He didn't reply. He couldn't do anything but stare, petrified at the weapon in the foreigner's fist. He was weak with fear and not altogether sure that he wasn't about to piss himself. It had puzzled Hussam Hayek in the weeks leading up to this moment that trains were not more common targets. Yes, to bring down an aircraft was dramatic, but trains were easy to board and had none of the security restrictions that came with air travel. The 1655 to Paddington was in motion and between stations now. One of Hussam's accomplices, if everything had gone according to plan, had the driver under his control. Surely there was no way anybody could prevent this from happening now. The train's 5 carriages held about 30 passengers each. Men in grey suits and cheap shoes making the journey up to town sat alongside pensioners, mums, and a few schoolkids. One blind man had his guide dog sitting in the aisle by his side, his white stick lying at an angle on the table in front of him. In addition to the young man who had the driver at gunpoint, there were 4 accomplices, all male, all nervous, all sweating. As fields and woodland sped past, Hussam fiddled somewhat absent-mindedly with the small switch attached to a wire peeking out from below his left sleeve. He felt weak with nerves. He hadn't expected to. In the days leading up to today, there had been a sense of anticipation, of excitement almost. He'd hoped to feel that excitement now. He was, after all, to be reunited with his loved ones in just a few minutes. But his skin was soaked in sweat and his hand trembled. What if it went wrong? What if somebody stopped them before the critical moment? He leaned as nonchalantly as he could against a small poster warning that CCTV was operating on this train and looked at his watch. 17:11 hours, 6 minutes until they started. 6 minutes until paradise. It was crucial to wait. Their controller had been most emphatic about that when handing out their weapons and ammunition and explaining the details of their evening's mission. At 17:17 precisely, the train would be equidistant from the two stations furthest apart on their route. That was the prime spot, far away from any possibility of interference. And there were other reasons for waiting until that exact moment, too. This was just one of a series of coordinated events, all planned to take place at the same time. Time check, 17:14. One of the passengers, a pregnant woman who was clearly almost at term, waddled along the aisle and into the toilet. His companion glanced at his watch. Hussam did the same. 17:16. 1 minute to go.
You'll be firing 7.62 shots, hard-hitting rounds, 30-round magazines. You get 9 to 10 bursts per magazine. Count them. When you pack your weapon, be sure you do it barrel downwards. You don't want to be rummaging around when the time comes.
Hussam's watch clicked to 17:17. The two men nodded and pulled their weapons from their rucksacks just as the cubicle door opened and the pregnant woman appeared to the sound of the toilet's violent flush. Hussam raised his .74 just as the woman opened her mouth to scream. But no scream came. It was a short burst, and the sound was almost entirely masked by the sudden and unexpected noise of a train passing in the other direction. The rounds entered the woman's chest, flinging her back through the open door of the toilet as an explosion of blood splattered all around the cubicle. There was no turning back now. It had begun. Hussam worked methodically, starting on his left with a man and a woman, both asleep, she resting her head on his shoulder. 2 quick bursts and their sleep became permanent. Soon he had fired 9 bursts and killed 9 people by the time his .74 clicked empty. And so they continued, staggering their slaughter like they were playing some horrific game of leapfrog. Panic ahead, total silence behind. Hussam didn't look back at the scenes of indescribable carnage. His eyes did not linger on the bloodied corpses or the flesh and brain matter painted over the windows and walls. He kept his focus, his eyes straight ahead, and his mind on the job. They had planned for this moment for a long time, and he wasn't going to mess things up through a lack of concentration. When they reached the interconnecting area between the first 2 carriages, Hussam saw that the toilet was locked. He could just discern the sound of a woman inside, sobbing desperately. Hussam raised his gun and aimed directly at the door. The rounds made short work of the metal, ripping holes in it and immediately silencing the occupant. Only now did he look back. Only now did he pause to contemplate their handiwork. The blood and the gore and the gruesome look of absolute terror on the faces of those victims where the bullets had entered below the neck. It neither pleased him nor appalled him. It was what it was. It was what it had to be. As the 4 men faced each other, Hussam felt a trickle run down his forehead and over his thick black eyebrows. He blinked hard as a mixture of sweat and blood stung his eyes. He nodded at the others, and they placed their .74s on the ground. Those weapons were finished with. It was time now for the mother of Satan to do its work.
Allahu Akbar!
He announced the takbir in a loud voice, so that it could be heard over the noise of the train and the wind from the broken window. The others opened their mouths to return the incantation, but they were interrupted for a few seconds as another train hurtled past them in the opposite direction. Hussam's eyes glowed. The eyes of his compatriots were also burning, their bloodied bodies trembling. All 4 of them held their left hands aloft, ready to flick the switches that would transport them to paradise. Hussam closed his eyes. He opened them again and nodded. That nod was the sign. All 4 men flicked their switches and detonated. 1928 hours. It had taken 2 hours for the images to circle the earth. The gnarled wreckage of the train, its 2 middle carriages blown skywards, the front and 2 rear carriages lying at an angle to the rails and crumpled into the sidings, lay still. 50 meters from the blast site, a luminous orange cordon had been erected, guarded by uniformed police officers to keep the small crowd of journalists at bay. One of these journalists was younger than the others. His name was Andy Carrington, and he was just 23. So far in his life, he had seen 3 dead bodies. None of these corpses had prepared him for the sight of those being taken to the air ambulances that evening.
"Stay away, son,"
one of the coppers called when they saw him approaching. It didn't sound so much like an instruction as a piece of advice. And it was advice this young man was quick to ignore. The stretcher had passed the cordon now, and the policeman had lowered it again. "Honest, mate, it's not something you want to—" Andy stopped. He was about 2 meters from the stretcher when he saw the corpse in its entirety. It was a woman. He could tell that from the remnants of her clothes rather than her features, and this was because she no longer had any features. Her face was no longer a face. But it was none of this that chilled Andy's soul and made him want to retch. It was what he saw further down the woman's body. She had obviously been pregnant. Her abdomen had spilled open, and he could quite clearly see, bloodied and contorted but quite distinct, the figure of her unborn child. Andy took a deep breath and tried to settle himself as his cameraman came running up to him. "Transmission in 2, Andy. Jesus, mate, you all right?" Andy didn't answer. He had to get his head together. He was still pale and nauseous. As he stood between the cameraman and the cordon, a radio mic clipped to his lapel. The words he had cobbled together tumbled from his wind-bitten lips. "At approximately 5:20 this afternoon, an explosion is thought to have taken place here on the Bristol to London line. Although the authorities have yet to make a statement regarding the source of the explosion, there seems little doubt that it is linked to almost identical events that occurred at the same time on the outskirts of Washington, D.C., Paris, and Delhi." He felt his voice cracking. He turned and looked back towards the train. The floodlights, the neon blue, the smoke. He tried again. "Anxious for news of their loved—" But his voice failed him once more, and to his horror, he realized he was breaking down live on camera. He shook his head. "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry." 2000 hours. Albany Manor was a grand estate in rural Buckinghamshire, surrounded by acres of woodland and boasting its own chapel, paddocks, and enough outbuildings to house a small village. Stratton was standing in front of a painting to which an entire wall of the office was devoted. Wheatley, his PA, knew nothing about art, it wasn't his thing, but he did know that this particular painting was by Hieronymus Bosch and had been acquired anonymously at a Berlin auction for the sum of 12 million euros. As the evening wore on, Wheatley grew increasingly ragged, not on account of the TV footage of the train attacks, but from the long hours of refusing phone calls from the most powerful people in the world. At 11:30, a communique from London informed him that an American amphibious warfare vessel, Wasp-class, currently on anti-piracy duty in the Gulf of Aden, was heading north into the Red Sea. A precautionary measure in the light of the day's events, Washington was telling the media, glossing over the fact that the ship carried a full complement of Marines, a squadron of Harrier II ground attack aircraft, and an air group of personnel helicopters. Stratton seemed barely to register the information when his PA announced it. "Sir, you know what this means. The Americans are mobilizing," he had started to say. "The British won't be far behind. The Foreign Office need to speak to you." But Stratton shooed him away with a flick of his left hand. Just after 6 o'clock the next morning, Wheatley caught up with his boss halfway across the lawn. "Where have you been?" "Sleeping, sir." Stratton looked around as though surprised to see that the night had passed, but he made no comment on it and started striding quickly towards the house, his PA trotting alongside. "We've calls to make." Wheatley agreed. "I've been trying to tell you since—" "The people will expect a retaliation," Stratton interrupted, his voice slightly distant as though he was thinking out loud. "We've been here before." "But retaliation," Wheatley said. "That will only lead to—" Stratton stopped and looked at him. For the first time in he didn't know how long, Wheatley felt he was actually being listened to. "To what?" Stratton asked, his voice almost a whisper. There was a pause as the two men looked at each other. "To war, sir." Stratton didn't take his eyes off Wheatley, but he nodded slowly, neither smiling nor frowning. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, and then with a sudden movement he turned and continued walking towards the house, leaving his PA standing in the middle of the lawn and wondering if, really, this was the job for him after all. 6th of December. The distance between Albany Manor and the Crown and Sceptre, a pub tucked away in the no-man's land between the Yorkshire moors and the Lake District, was about 400 clicks as the crow flew, but in other ways these two places were 1,000,000 miles apart. The woman behind the bar was used to this place and to places like it. They were her natural habitat, and she sought them out in the same way that an insect seeks out the underside of a stone, because familiarity was the thing Suze MacArthur wanted to avoid. Her interview for this job had followed the same pattern as all the other ones. She'd walked into the pub at 11:15 on a Monday 2 weeks ago, a hold-all containing her few belongings in one hand, a 10-year-old boy tightly clutching the other. Her little boy. The only reason she'd kept going this long.
No kids.
Suze had ignored the bored edict from the barman and walked straight up to him.
I'm just looking for a bit of casual.
You can't stay here, you know. He paused, and his eyes flickered to her breasts for a second time.
Not unless I ask you. I've got somewhere to stay, Suze lied. I just need a job, all right?
What about the nipper, eh?
He'll sit quietly, I promise.
She could see him doing the maths. A lone woman with a young child, clearly desperate.
£3 an hour, cash in hand, take it or leave it, love. What's your name, anyhow?
Linda. The name changed every time.
All right, well, I won't ask you why the boy's not in school, Linda Lovelace. Mum's the word, eh? But he stays out the back and he doesn't bother the punters.
For the first few nights, Suze booked into a travel lodge on the outskirts of town, luxury compared to what they were used to. But on the third day, she and her son had left the hotel early and started walking the streets. She had known what she was looking for, a derelict building, but still sound. The clue would be a closed curtain in front of a broken window, and so their nights were spent in the squat, their days in Suze's new workplace. The pub regulars were in now, about 6 of them, all old men dotted around the pub, nobody speaking to anybody else. Harry was in the back room, good as gold. Both he and his mother had very short hair, inexpertly and crookedly cut by Suze. The short hair was easier to keep clean, important when most of your sanitary activities took place in the washrooms of the nearest McDonald's. The TV was on as usual today, but Suze was the only one watching it. The rolling news about yesterday's train attacks might have been sickening, but the Alkies in the Crown and Sceptre only appeared concerned with their own misery. Suddenly the screen changed, taking Suze away from the repeated footage of the atrocity and back to the studio. An immaculately dressed female reporter with an earnest look on her face was speaking hesitantly.
In the last few minutes, police have released a photograph that they believe shows 2 of the UK bombers moments before they boarded the fateful 16:55 train from Bristol Parkway.
A grainy black and white image filled the TV screen. Suze stared up at it, and then as if someone had suddenly flicked a switch, she gasped. The picture showed a crowd of people, maybe 15 in all, with 2 men's faces circled in red. They both wore rucksacks, and it was difficult to make out their features with any certainty.
What's the matter, sweetheart? Time of the month, is it?
The punter chuckled at his own joke. Suze couldn't answer. She just stared and stared. It wasn't the men circled in red that had caught her attention. It was a woman with dark hair, flat eyes, older than when Suze had seen her last, but without question the same person. Suze wasn't supposed to leave the bar for long, but she had to. She turned and ran into the back room where Harry was sitting on a battered sofa.
Why are you crying, Mum?
What could she say?
Mummy's just a bit sad. Why? Because sometimes there are people who do bad things. But we don't do bad things, do we?
Suze blinked. Do we? She wondered. She thought of the occasional shoplifting he knew nothing about, the secrecy, the deception. She'd never told Harry about his father. She'd never told anyone what happened that night. Stay anonymous. Stay dark. Whenever she thought of going to the police, Chet's words had echoed in her head. She remembered leaving London with him, and the 2 police officers in the service station bearing down on them. If she made herself known to the police,
She could throw her anonymity out of the window. Harry interrupted her thoughts.
Well, if we don't do bad things, then that's all right, isn't it?
She looked at him. He was so earnest, so right. Countless people were dead, and Suze was in possession of important information. She had to tell someone. Not the police, but someone. If she couldn't tell the police, who could she tell? Her mind flitted back once more to the night of Chet's death. If you ever need any help, track down Luke Mercer, 22 SAS. Tell him what you know, but only if you have to, Suze. Luke Mercer. The name was etched in her memory. Suze stood up and, with a sad smile at her son, returned to her position behind the bar. She suppressed a shudder, but remembered what Harry had just said. The decision was a sudden one. Half an hour later, she was in a local supermarket, spending money she couldn't afford on a pay-as-you-go mobile, choosing the cheapest one that had a camera. 5 minutes later, she and Harry arrived at Argos, where a bank of 25 display TVs was showing the same channel. Suze held up her camera phone to one of the TVs. It made a click, and as she examined the tiny screen, she was surprised by how well the image was reproduced. The woman's face was perfectly clear. She checked her watch. Nearly 12:30. She would wait until tonight, when Harry was asleep. Then she would play the only card she had. She just wished it wasn't so fucking dangerous. Mother and son started wandering back to the squat in silence. And as they went, Suze thought about Luke Mercer. Would he really be able to help her? What kind of a man was he? And where in the world might he be now? Luke Mercer was in the back of a Pinzgauer 6x6. The olive drab vehicle had seen better days, but the modifications it had undergone were state-of-the-art. Mounted on the cab was a high-velocity missile launcher. Some of the younger guys in camp had a habit of taking the piss out of Luke these days. To them, he was the old boy, with a flash of grey round his temples and a body scarred by a long career in the regiment. But what right did Luke have to give up fighting when Chet, the man who had saved his life, would never fight again? To keep fighting meant ensuring his skills were sharper than sharp, his body in peak condition. So when the others were in the Hereford boozers drinking for England, Luke was gymming it or pounding the streets. "Extra points if you can take out one of those fucking ramblers," a voice behind him said. Luke looked over his shoulder and grinned at Nigel Foster. Fozzie was a good lad. Luke had forgiven him for getting his team compromised all those years ago in Iraq when he and Finn had been forced to make a break for the Jordanian border. At least they'd all got out in one piece.
"Fire at will,"
came the voice on the radio. Luke didn't need to follow the target manually. The weapon system, once it was locked on, followed the Land Rover automatically. Luke pressed a single button to fire. There was a whooshing sound from above the Pinzgauer, and then, almost immediately, a loud crack from in front of them. There was a 2-second delay. Then a harsh metallic sound reached their ears as the sound waves from the explosion crashed past them, echoing across the hills. "Efficient," Fozzie noted without much feeling. Luke didn't have a chance to reply before the radio came to life again.
"Bullseye, fellas. Time to pack your bags. We're heading back to base."
"Roger that." And then to Luke. "Sounds like someone's getting twitchy." It took just over an hour to get back, and another hour before the whole squadron had congregated. 4 troops, 16 guys per troop. There should have been 64 men, but as always the squadron was undermanned, and in reality there were barely 50. There was a low murmur among the men. Tension. An op was imminent, and you could get addicted to it. The moment O'Donoghue stood up, it was as if someone had hit the mute switch. No hellos and thank you for comings, just a business-like nod towards the 3 men in suits. "Edward Duncan, Foreign Office. Our 2 other guests are here from SIS. No names. All right then, unless you've been living in a hole, which, looking at the state of some of you, wouldn't surprise me, you'll know what's been happening. Coordinated terror attacks, London, Paris, Washington, Mumbai. Latest estimate, 486 dead." A voice from the back of the room. "Don't these fuckers normally just blow themselves up outside cafes in Jerusalem, boss?" "Normally. That or Tel Aviv. These attacks are out of character. More to the point, the terrorists were well equipped and well organised. Obviously, now is a high-risk time for anyone to be venturing into the Gaza Strip. The Jewish festival of Hanukkah starts on the 10th. That's 3 days from now. What the fuck's Hanukkah, boss? Festival of Lights, their version of Christmas. We'll be stationed at an Israeli military base about 20 miles from the Strip. I have selected a 4-man team to accompany Stratton. Finn Jacobs, Nigel Foster, Ras Barker, Luke Mercer. Luke, you'll lead the unit. Let's get moving, gentlemen. There was a scraping of chairs and a sudden hum of noises, like a classroom at bell time. Luke, the ops officer yelled, get your guys together, briefing in 10, my office. 10 minutes later, there were 6 of them crowded into O'Donoghue's office. Hamas are refusing to cooperate. They've stated that they'll fire on any aircraft violating their airspace, and that includes Stratton. You'll have to take him in by road, but don't expect anyone to welcome you with open arms. Last time someone welcomed Luke with open arms, Finn murmured. She was charging by the hour. Don't worry about it, boss, Fozzie said quietly. He'll be safe as houses. Yeah, Luke thought to himself, safe as houses. Only houses weren't that safe on the Gaza Strip. As Luke slept that night, he dreamed. His dreams were vivid. He dreamed of flashing blue lights and the gnarled wreckage of a train. He dreamed of Alistair Stratton, a man he had never met but whose thin face was very familiar. A voice spoke in his head. Stratton's all right. Suddenly, Luke saw himself sitting in a scummy bar in the arse end of Serbia. He knew just how to reply. He was reliving a conversation that had already happened after all. Stratton is a politician, therefore Stratton is a wanker, end of. He turned his head to look at his companion, fully expecting to see Chet as he was back then. But he saw nothing of the sort. The figure sitting at the table next to him was unrecognisable. His hair had burned away, the skin of his face was charred and suppurating, his clothes were rags, sticking to him in places and non-existent in others. He didn't know what it was that woke him, the horror of that vision or the sound of his mobile phone. He hauled his arse out of bed and fumbled in the darkness, pulling his phone from his pocket and shielding his eyes slightly from the brightness of its screen. The phone continued to vibrate in his hand as he looked down to check the caller's number. His brow furrowed. What the fuck? He shook his head. His eyes were playing tricks on him. They had to be. Either that, or he was still dreaming. Luke took another look at the phone. He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't mistaken. But what he was seeing was impossible because the caller was dead, burned to a cinder in a house fire years ago. Luke had been to the memorial service in a little Hereford church. He'd offered his condolences to the parents of the deceased. He'd shed his own private tears at the passing of a good friend. More than a good friend. The man he owed his life to. No wonder then that he felt he was staring into the eyes of a ghost. Because how was it possible? How in the hell was it possible that the phone in his hand should be displaying the words Freeman, Chet? Little Harry was fast asleep. He looked angelic with his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling softly. The disused factory they called home was as cavernous as a cathedral and as cold. Most of the windows high up in the brick walls were broken, and nobody had bothered to sweep up the shards of glass on the concrete floor.
Thanks for your talk, gorgeous.
Suze looked round to see a figure standing in the doorway, the glowing dot of a joint between his fingers. She couldn't make out his features, but she knew well enough who he was. He said he was called Danny, but Suze knew that nobody gave their real names in places like this. No thanks, Danny. He didn't move. I'm going to get some kip now, Danny, she said with a hint of steel in her voice. Suit yourself, love. He disappeared back into the factory. Her worldly goods were stowed in a single bag. A change of clothes for herself and her son, some antibiotics she'd cadged from a mobile drop-in centre intended for junkies, just in case either of them needed some. Registering with a doctor was out of the question after all. A storybook written for children younger than Harry, from which she had intended to start teaching him to read, but there was never time for that. There was only time for the business of survival. And at the bottom of the bag, hidden away where nobody could find it, a wallet. It was in a bad state. The leather was cracked and worn, and some of the stitching inside had come loose. There were credit cards, but they'd long since expired, and Suze could never have used them anyway. She remembered the urgent look its owner had given her when he pressed the wallet into her hands. Stay anonymous. Stay dark. She'd done what Chet had told her, and she'd stayed alive.
Thought you were hitting the sack, gorgeous.
For God's sake, Danny, leave me alone. Danny was silent for a moment, but then he took a couple of steps towards her.
No need to talk like that, darling.
She didn't hesitate, and pulled a flick knife from inside her jacket.
Get out!
Suze listened to Danny's echoing footsteps as he hurried away. Then her heart stopped. The screen on her mobile was no longer blank. A single word. Vodafone. Slowly she scrolled through. The A's and B's went quickly. There were no C's or D's. By the time she'd reached L, her stomach was churning. She continued to scroll. Mercer. Luke. She bit her lip. You can trust him. Chet's voice rang in her ears. Suze looked over at Harry. Was she doing the right thing? She pressed the call button quickly because if she waited she might never do it. A few seconds pause, then a ringing tone. Another pause, and then,
"This is Luke. Leave a message."
She gasped and quickly ended the call. Her courage had deserted her. And then she jumped. The phone was vibrating in her hand. Its screen was lit up. The caller ID read, Mercer Luke.
Is that Luke Mercer?
Who the hell are you?
I can't talk for long. I was with Chet Freeman the night he died.
A pause. Luke said nothing.
The night he was murdered.
What's she talking about?
The woman ignored him.
He said that if I ever needed help that I should come to you. Well, I need help. It's important. I wouldn't have risked calling you otherwise. I know things. Things I haven't told anyone since Chet died. About the bombings.
Luke still had no idea who this woman was.
Where are you?
I can't say.
He could hear her breathing heavily. He could almost hear the cogs turning in her brain. And then the line went dead. Hello? He said. Are you there? Hello? Nothing. He stared at the phone. For fuck's sake. The handset vibrated and the phone beeped. One message received. Luke narrowed his eyes in the darkness as he opened the message. It was short and to the point. Tomorrow, 5 p.m., steps of St. Paul's Cathedral. I won't wait. He quickly called the number to speak to the woman. No dice. The line was dead. 7th of December. It was early morning in the eastern Mediterranean. The sun was just rising. Ephraim Cohen sat in a comfortable chair, but he didn't feel comfortable at all. He was in the XO's office of the Mossad Training Academy in Herzliya, just north of Tel Aviv. His desk, as usual, was clear except for the photograph that had appeared on TV screens the world over and purported to show 2 of the UK train bombers minutes before they boarded. But Ephraim Cohen wasn't looking at them. He was looking at the woman behind them, and the person on the opposite side of the desk was looking at him.
What I'd like, Ephraim, is some answers. Ehud Blumenthal was a man with a reputation. He was the Israeli Prime Minister's Rottweiler, nasty policeman to the PM's nice. Everybody loathed him, but Cohen suspected he didn't mind that because he loathed everyone back.
You know who she is, Ehud. Why are you coming to me?
Blumenthal slammed his fist down with a surprising force.
You'd better tell me what in the name of all that is holy your former Kidon is doing standing shoulder to shoulder with 2 murdering Palestinian shitheads. I don't know what you want me to say, Ehud. Where can we find her? I don't know. You're going to have to do a lot better than that, Ephraim. A lot better.
Cohen had always known that Maya Bloom would come back to haunt him. As the years had passed, he'd managed to put her from his mind from time to time, but he always knew.
I don't know where she is, Ehud.
He stared into the middle distance. He thought back to those days and remembered the foolish sexual fantasies he'd entertained about his Kidon, his agent.
We all make mistakes from time to time. I think you might find that some mistakes are more costly than others.
Cohen tapped the picture that was still lying on his desk.
This doesn't make sense. Maya Bloom was many things, skilled, dangerous, unhinged. But she was loyal to Israel, Ehud. She was always loyal to Israel. Maya Bloom in league with Palestinian terrorists, I would sooner believe it of you yourself than of her. You'd better hope we find this woman, Ephraim. Otherwise you might find yourself answering to less sympathetic members of the administration than myself.
Blumenthal was just opening the door when Cohen spoke again.
Ehud. What? You won't find her, you know. I can absolutely promise that you won't find Maya Bloom. And if you do...
He went silent.
What?
Cohen remembered the brutalized body of the agent he'd sent to kill her. The guts spilled out all over the bed, the blood and the stink, the message she'd sent him and which he had heeded. He wanted to say, "She'll kill you," but he thought better of it.
What?
Blumenthal demanded again. Cohen shook his head and sighed deeply.
Nothing, Ehud. Nothing at all.
And he watched with an expressionless face as the Rottweiler stormed out of the room, slamming the door noisily behind him. They were scheduled to leave for Israel the following morning. Going AWOL wasn't an option, so Luke approached O'Donoghue at midday and spun him a crock of shit about having a few personal loose ends to tie up before heading out on the op. He hit the western outskirts at 14:45 hours. As a London boy born and bred, it felt like coming home, but it was an uneasy homecoming. By 15:45, he was parking up just off Fleet Street. He was in good time for the RV, and that suited him well. He didn't know what this woman looked like. He didn't know if this was some elaborate game, so he wanted to get eyes on the location early. The minutes ticked away. Luke stayed in the shadows, watching the steps, waiting. It grew cold. He ignored it.
You hungry, boss?
He looked round sharply. An Indian man in a grey suit had appeared at the door of the curry restaurant.
I have very good food.
Luke shook his head and went back to watching. Time check 16:57, 3 minutes to RV. He looked at his phone. No calls. He scanned the facade of the cathedral. He checked along its wings for anything suspicious. He searched for loiterers in the general vicinity. Nothing. It looked like just another London evening. 16:59. Something caught his eye. 2 people had emerged from the entrance of the cathedral, a woman and, holding onto her hand, a young child. Luke wouldn't have given them a second glance were the woman not looking around anxiously as if she too was searching for someone. At 17:03, he stepped out from the shadows. He stopped at the bottom of the steps and looked up. The woman was chewing on her lower lip. She stared back. Her expression was questioning. Luke hurried up the steps, but he didn't head straight for her. Instead, he bypassed the pair of them and passed through the main doors of the cathedral. He'd never been inside before. Last time Luke had been in a church was to say goodbye to a member of A Squadron who'd had his bollocks blown off during a raid on a Taliban facility in the Badlands between Afghanistan and Pakistan. They'd repatriated those bits of his body they could find, but the guys who'd shouldered his coffin said afterwards that it felt empty. Whatever. The family had something to plant, that was the main thing. Aside from the choir, there were probably another 100 people in here that he could see, some of them sitting on the pews with their heads bowed, others wandering aimlessly, looking at the architecture or just talking.
Monteverdi,
a voice said from behind him. Luke spun round. A young priest with neatly brushed but thinning blonde hair, black robes and a dog collar was standing no more than a metre from him.
The Vespers,
he said with a serene smile.
So powerful. Are you here for contemplation?
Luke looked over the priest's shoulder towards the main doors. No sign of his date.
Something like that.
The man inclined his head.
Well, I hope you find what you're looking for.
Me too, Luke thought. He moved away, walking 10 metres to the right into the shadow of the first side arch. From here he could keep an eye on the entrance, and he didn't have to wait long before he saw her walking into the cathedral. He left the arch and moved quickly down the aisle. Luke kept his voice low.
Walk.
He pointed down the aisle towards the altar.
That way.
She swallowed hard, and the little boy, still clutching her hand, did as she was told.
What's your name?
Suze MacArthur. And this is Harry, Chet's boy.
Luke blinked.
What?
He looked down at the kid. Harry stared up at him.
I'm scared someone might find us, said Suze. I don't feel safe.
Who else knows we're here?
I don't know, I can't tell.
Either you've told someone or you haven't.
She shook her head.
It's not as simple as that.
Jesus, this woman oozed paranoia.
If anyone's watching us, we'll see them.
And what then?
Luke gave her a flat stare.
I'll deal with it.
Together, the three of them hurried between the front of the main pews and the choir towards the smaller altar. The light was a little lower here, the smell of incense stronger.
Me and Chet were pretty close, Luke said. He never mentioned anyone called Suze.
We didn't know each other long.
Luke glanced at the boy.
Long enough?
Yes. Long enough for him to save my life. And lose his.
Go on.
Suze closed her eyes. Her face was drawn as though the effort of talking was too much for her. But when she opened her eyes and started to speak again, the words were like a flood. By the time Suze had finished, the choristers were in full song, forcing Luke to speak up.
So where's this tape now?
Burned in the fire.
Luke nodded.
Convenient.
He pulled out his wallet. There was always money in there, never less than a couple of $100. He removed a thin sheaf of notes.
How much do you need?
What?
Chet was a good mate. I owe him. If you need help, you don't have to make this crap up.
You think I want your money? You think I'd wait all these years to tap you up for...
She looked around desperately, like she wanted to escape, but didn't know where to run to.
You think I'd risk this? For a few quid?
Luke closed his eyes briefly.
Why are you telling me all this now? Why didn't you come to me immediately?
I was scared, all right? I still am. Chet told me to hide, and that's what I did. I've been hiding ever since that night.
Where?
Anywhere. Everywhere. I move around.
Suze pulled her mobile phone from her pocket and pressed a couple of buttons. The image was slightly blurred. Two men, their heads circled. It looked familiar.
The bombers,
Suze whispered.
They released it yesterday. What's it got to do with you?
Suze tapped the screen, pointing not at the circled men, but at a dark-haired woman behind them.
What?
She looked up at him.
It's her. The woman who came for us. The woman who killed Chet.
How can you be sure?
Suze shrugged.
All I know is that someone wanted us out of the way because of what we knew. I don't care who she was working for, but Alistair Stratton had something to do with it.
Her words stopped abruptly. She wasn't looking at Luke, but beyond him. Her expression changed. Luke recognized it, the look of absolute dread.
What is it? What the hell?
He turned and looked back down along the side of the cathedral, and that was when he saw her. The woman who approached them was 30 meters away. She was dressed all in black. "Go!" Luke barked. "Now!" He pointed back towards the dome and the milling crowds. Luke faced the newcomer. His mind was racing. He had no weapon. She was 20 meters away and closing in. She'd started to remove her hand from her jacket. Decision time.
Choose your fucking battles, Luke,
he whispered to himself. He turned, whipped the bronze cross from the altar before turning and running after Suze and the kid. The gunshots were inaudible, clearly fired from a suppressed weapon. Their consequences, however, were there for everybody to see. The boy was the first to go. The round hit him in the side of the head, just in front of the left ear. Luke saw Sue silently mouth her son's name, her face melt into an expression of the purest horror and anguish. A dreadful, desolate moan escaped her lips. Luke had dropped the bronze cross with a clatter. The next shot, like the first, made barely any noise, but there was a sickening thud as it slammed into the top of Suze's skull, ripping out a chunk of her head and throwing her about a meter backwards. Luke dived to the ground, falling hard on his shoulder and turning onto his back to take in the situation. A few members of the choir had realized now what was going on. The music began to falter, and suddenly there was a scream from one of the schoolboys in uniform, a little kid who couldn't have been more than 9. Under the cover of the pews, Luke scrambled back to where he had dropped the bronze cross, his only weapon. He saw her, but it was fleeting, just the shadow of a black figure stepping over the cordon of the stairwell, 15 meters away and leading down into the crypt. Was that a dead end? She'd made her first mistake. Was she expecting him to follow? Was it a trap? Was she waiting, weapon at the ready? He hesitated. From beyond the walls of the cathedral, he heard the sound of sirens. Police. He looked around. Was this a situation he wanted to explain to the old Bill, to his OC? Like fuck it was. With a sudden burst of anger, he hurled the bronze cross down the stairs and heard it clattering on the hard floor below. His only option was to disappear. Now. A crowd of choristers, visitors and clerics were huddled around the doors of the cathedral, pressing against each other, shouting, desperate to escape. Luke joined them quietly. Just as it was his turn to leave, he glanced back over his shoulder, ignoring the way the last few stragglers were jostling to get away. He remembered the face of the little boy, Chet's boy, now dead like his father. The thought was a needle in Luke's soul as he pushed out into the open air. The sound of sirens was louder, the chaos intense. Luke hurried down the stone steps and disappeared into the night. 8th of December. The Manhattan offices of the Grosvenor Group occupied the top 3 floors of a skyscraper on East 43rd Street. A bald-headed man with a shiny scalp and tanned skin sat in a comfortable executive chair with his back to the East River. He listened calmly to the ranting of his colleague, a fat man who sweated even when he wasn't stressed out and whose voice had a strong South African accent. "The guy's got us over a fucking barrel, I'm telling you, man. We shouldn't be involved in this shit." The bald man smiled blandly. "You should learn to relax, Peter." The suggestion only made the fat man more angry. "God damn it, Nathan! You know what this could do to our company." Nathan swung his feet back down off the table, stood up and looked out over the East River. His bald-headed reflection smiled back at him. He knew his silence would infuriate someone of Peter DeLange's temperament. "Sure, I know. Double its market capitalization value. Triple it, maybe." "Oh, man! How much of that money do you think you'll be able to spend on a federal jail, eh?" "Tell me, Peter, how long have you been with us now?" 5 years. 5 years. And in those 5 years, how many former presidents of the United States have you dined with?" Peter shrugged. 2. "And members of the Senate? I bet you can't even remember." "I've been at this a long time, and I've juggled more slippery skittles than Alistair Stratton, believe me. He's just a greedy little man who wants to fill his boots." "Oh, I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't like him." "Come on, Peter. Look what we made from Iraq while everyone else was worrying about oil. Stratton's like war. Good for business." RAF Bryce Norton, 1500 hours. A dull grey C-17 Globemaster III sat on the tarmac. Parked no more than 20 meters away were 4 white minibuses. A peek at the men inside wouldn't have given you much else to go on, all of them dressed in civvies, and although they all wore sturdy boots, there wasn't a speck of olive drab in sight. He should sleep, he knew that, but sleep wasn't possible. Luke Mercer was no longer shocked by death, though he didn't doubt that the sight of Chet's lad sliding in a pool of his own blood would stay with him for the rest of his days. Luke had wondered whether he should share with Finn what had gone on last night. They went back a long way after all. They'd seen some things together, and there was no doubt it would do him good to talk about it. But to admit that he'd been in St. Paul's last night, that would be plain stupid. Now it was time to debus. It didn't take more than a few minutes for them to carry the crates which held the squadron's weapons and ammunition up into the C-17 and secure them inside the webbing. The aft door closed up and the engine started to rumble. Flight time to Ben Gurion International Airport, 15 clicks southeast of Tel Aviv, 4 hours. 4 more hours for Luke to try to make sense of things. But in the end, he tried to put it from his mind by running over the details of this morning's briefing. The next 24 hours were going to be full on, and he needed a clear head. Luke had never been to Ben Gurion before. His operations in the region had always taken him further east into Jordan, Iraq, and the Stan. He knew, though, that the Israelis had good reason to be paranoid. Their principal airport had long been a target for terror attacks dating back to the early 70s, when Black September landed a hijacked 707 on the runway. "Hope no one's over their booze allowance," Fozzie announced as they negotiated their way out of the airport. A couple of minutes later, they were speeding away from the airport towards a wide, well-maintained main road. They travelled for 45 minutes before approaching a sprawling mess of low single-story buildings, aircraft hangars and equipment warehouses. Even though it was late, there was plenty going on. Military trucks were swarming round. As they drove past a hangar, Luke caught sight of an F-16, brightly lit and surrounded by engineers. There was even a missile of some description mounted on the back of a mobile launcher. Men in olive drab were everywhere, illuminated by bright floodlights that wouldn't have looked out of place at Old Trafford. No one seemed to pay any attention to the convoy. Hardly surprising, Luke thought to himself. The whole base had the air of being in readiness for war, so a couple of busloads of extra soldiers was hardly enough to get tongues wagging. An ops room had been set up for them, nothing fancy, didn't need to be, a few tables and chairs with laptops and comms equipment dotted around. Once they were all inside, the OC called them to attention. He pointed to a door at the far end of the ops room. "Briefing room through there, bunks in the adjacent building, weapons store beyond that. That's a cookhouse in the main base. You can get some scoff after you've unloaded the gear." "I could murder a bacon sarnie, boss," Fozzie called out from the back. Dawson smiled. "You might be in for a bit of a wait. All right, fellas, get moving." He picked out Luke and the other 3 members of the 4-man unit carrying out the op into Gaza. "You 4, get some kip and no bashing the bishop. You need to be out of here by 0600 hours, and it would be a crying fucking shame to keep Hamas waiting, right?" Truth was, Luke wasn't even thinking about Hamas. He was thinking about Chet's boy. "Right, Luke," the OC repeated himself. "Right, boss, 0600. He picked up his Bergen and left the ops room. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. Fuck knows what it would bring, but he needed to be ready. 9th of December, 0500 hours. Luke was the first of the unit into the briefing room, but O'Donoghue was already there. His tired eyes were bloodshot and he reeked of sweat. Luke could tell at a glance he'd been up all night. He was sitting, staring intently at a laptop. "Seen this?" Luke went over to his desk. The screen, which refreshed every 5 seconds, displayed an outline of the eastern Mediterranean. "We're changing your route to avoid the trouble spots. Orders are to get straight into Hamas, but if things get hairy, turn around. Got it?" Luke gave a curt nod. "Call sign Tango 17, you've got an hour." The vehicle waiting for them was a black Land Cruiser, a plush interior, leather seats and all the trimmings. From the exterior, it looked just like any other 4x4 of its type, but Luke knew the tinted windows were 40mm bullet-resistant polycarbonate. The bodywork was of hardened ballistic steel. The hinges, shock absorbers and springs were reinforced, and the tyres had special inserts to allow them to run when flat. Fozzie took the wheel. As a member of Mobility Troop, he was the best qualified to drive if things went noisy. Russ was in the passenger seat, GPS and mapping at the ready. Luke and Finn sat at the back. A nod from the OC, and they hit the road. It was 0630 hours by the time they pulled up outside the Sheraton. Quite why Stratton wasn't staying at the British Embassy was anyone's guess. Certainly if Luke had been in charge of his security, he wouldn't be staying somewhere that any Tom, Dick or Harry could walk straight into. "Okay, fellas," Luke muttered. "Me and Finn will go and make contact with the Cardinal." The security men gave them only the most cursory of nods as they entered the hotel. They weren't leaving their posts for anyone. Luke was looking for their point man, and he picked him out 5 seconds later. The guy was sitting in a comfortable armchair in the far left-hand corner. He stood up and walked in their direction. "Gentlemen," he greeted them in a thick Israeli accent, "I need you to surrender your weapons while you are in the building." They'd left their 53s in the Land Cruiser, but were still carrying their SIGs, and as far as Luke was concerned, it was going to stay that way. "Sorry, buddy, no can do." It was clear which suite was Stratton's. It was at the far end of the corridor, manned by another 2 guards in pale khaki uniforms. A lot of muscle for a peace envoy. As he entered the room, Luke squinted. The far wall was a floor-to-ceiling window looking out over the Mediterranean. A figure was standing with his back to the window. Stratton looked thinner than he did on TV, smaller, gaunt. He was wearing a grey business suit with a red tie, and he looked unusually relaxed, given what the day ahead held.
SAS?
He asked. His voice was very soft. Luke and Finn nodded.
Are we ready to go?
Ready, sir. Israeli Secret Service officers will take you as far as the border. We'll follow as a counter-attack team escort. Once we cross over into Gaza, you'll be with us. Stratton nodded.
We'll be making a diversion.
The three men looked at each other. With respect, sir, Luke replied carefully. Diversions aren't a good idea.
Stratton walked straight up to Luke. With respect, sir, you're here to escort me, not advise me.
The two men stared at each other. Where are we diverting to? Luke asked finally. Sir.
Jerusalem.
Can I ask, Luke said, his teeth gritted, whereabouts in Jerusalem?
The Garden of Gethsemane, at the foot of the Mount of Olives. It's where our Lord prayed on the night he was betrayed. The world is on the brink of war. I shall go there for a few moments of quiet reflection before we enter the lion's den.
07:15 hours. 0, this is Tango 17.
Tango 17, this is 0, send.
The Cardinals demanded a diversion, requesting permission to travel via East Jerusalem, Garden of Gethsemane. A pause.
What the fuck?
Luke scowled at Stratton, who was striding on ahead through the hotel foyer. You better come back with that permission sharpish, buddy, or even better than that, refusal. 07:30 hours. It was not by chance that the Director of Special Forces and the Director General SIS were sitting in the same office in the SIS building when the call came through. Today was a major operation for both services. They shared a sense of foreboding once they heard what the regiment representative had to say. Neither of them had any love for Alistair Stratton, but they knew what was riding on him. They knew how he was the darling of the Israeli administration, and the Americans too. They knew that what he said went. They barely needed to discuss it. Within less than a minute, the DG had picked up his phone. I need the PM, he instructed, and after that the Israeli Defense Minister, quickly. 08:30 hours. It was the height of Jerusalem's rush hour, and the convoy moved slowly as they headed east through the network of bland, white-grey modern blocks, green open spaces and wide boulevards. There were well-heeled areas, and those that were run down, noisy, fume-filled. It could have been any other sprawling Mediterranean town, if you ignored the unusually high police presence. There seemed to be a blue and white patrol car on every street corner, and Luke noticed a fair sprinkling of uniformed soldiers and khaki military vehicles. He remembered being in London in the days after 9/11, not long before he'd been deployed to Afghanistan for the first time. Jerusalem had the same atmosphere, the same tension. It was a city waiting for something to happen. 08:45 hours. The imposing walls of the old city loomed into view, and beyond the walls, golden in the morning sun, the dome of the Rock. Luke fixed his attention more firmly on the convoy ahead and the surrounding traffic, picking out potential firing points or suspicious activity, clocking the military presence, which was increasing the closer they came to the old city. Russ had been almost silent since they left the base. Now he suddenly spoke. Holy city for ragheads, yids and Bible bashers. You ask me, they're as bad as each other. The convoy stopped near a gate above which was an inlaid stone with the words Hortus Gethsemane. Luke walked back to Stratton's Merc and opened the back door to see their man sitting serenely, face forward.
Okay, sir, let's go. At the other end of this garden, Stratton said, is the church of St. Mary Magdalene. If you think I'm going to allow you into such a sacred place carrying weapons.
Luke saw red. If you think I'm going to try and defend you armed with a fucking prayer book.
You forget yourself, soldier.
The two men stood their ground for several seconds. Finally, Luke turned to Finn. Check the church, he instructed. We'll guard the entrance while he does whatever he has to do. 5 minutes later, Finn returned. It's clear. Luke nodded at Stratton. All yours. Stratton surveyed Luke with a mistrustful glare before marching up to the church with the 2 regiment men following behind.
I don't know why you're winding the fucker up, Finn said. I'm just a bit fed up with the holy man act.
Luke glanced into the temple.
Wait here, I'm going in.
Mate, what's going on?
He doesn't have to know I've got eyes on.
Stratton did not notice Luke's presence as he crept silently up the church before stopping behind a metre-thick pillar out of the peace envoy's view. Footsteps. They stopped after a few seconds, and for a moment there was silence. Someone spoke. A woman. She had a husky voice and a pronounced Israeli accent.
This had better be important. You know Jerusalem isn't safe for me.
You don't need to worry, Stratton replied. The church is empty.
Obviously. But if I know about the tunnel to the crypt, other people will know about it too.
We can talk freely here.
I don't like it.
I didn't ask you to like it. That little bit of housekeeping in London. Was the kid really necessary? The woman made a sound almost as if she was spitting.
What difference does it make?
Are you sure nobody saw you?
Don't try my patience, old man.
Are you sure nobody saw you?
Quiet!
The woman's voice was little more than a whisper. A brief silence. For crying out loud, woman, put that weapon away. The woman didn't reply. Suddenly, Luke heard her footsteps again. They were coming in his direction. Maya! Stratton sounded almost schoolmasterly. There's nobody in this church! Footsteps again, but not towards Luke this time, away from him. When Stratton spoke again, there was a quiet fervour in his voice. Tell me, Maya, do you want to be part of history?
Move!
Maya Bloom said.
There's a room at the back. If you trust your 2 guards, you're an idiot.
There was a shuffling sound, and then silence. Luke looked back towards the entrance to the church. He should get out of there. He'd pushed his luck already, and if those 2 caught him, there'd be fireworks. But something held him back. He had to know more. Seconds later, he had his body pressed against the front wall of the church and was listening intently. Maya Bloom was silent, but Luke could hear Stratton's voice. He was talking quietly, and the sound was muffled. Here. Jerusalem. Another silence, longer than the last. When? Hanukkah. Stratton's voice again. The first day of celebrations. 1 hour before midday. And then footsteps. Luke took his chance. He slipped towards the exit, and seconds later he was outside in the bright sunlight. Finn looked narked. He raised an eyebrow, clearly waiting for some sort of explanation of what his mate had just seen, but at that very moment Stratton stormed out of the church. Wanker. Wanker, don't come close. As they went, Luke activated his comms. 0, this is Tango 17, the Cardinal's leaving the garden now, we're on our way.
Tango 17, this is 0, understood.
A pause and then...
Get a fucking move on, Tango 17. This little detour's already cost us 2 hours.
10 metres ahead, Stratton was walking through the gate and out into the street. Roger that, Luke said. He gripped his .53 a little firmer. A voice in his head told him he might be needing it very soon. The young Palestinian crouched deep underground. He was sweating. Not because he was hot, there was no warmth down here, but because he was scared. The tunnels were, by rights, illegal, even though everyone knew they existed. But it was not the threat of discovery that scared him. It was a threat of a sudden and stifling death. He had started out in a small house 100 metres from the Egypt-Gaza Strip barrier. How far had he come? It was so difficult to say in the darkness. 100 metres, perhaps. That would put him almost exactly underneath the border. It would mean the Gaza Strip lay behind him and Egypt ahead. With any luck, he would soon see. He stopped. Lights up ahead. He couldn't make out the distance yet. 30 metres, maybe more. The young man's heart beat a little faster. He was pleased to make contact with somebody else, but he was apprehensive about the package he was to take delivery of. It was really not the sort of thing you wanted to have with you down there. Ordinarily, these tunnels were used for smuggling essential goods under the border from Egypt to Gaza. The Israeli blockade of this tiny state's eastern and northern borders meant that food and medicine were increasingly scarce. The lights ahead grew closer, and the young man could hear voices. He cursed under his breath. Why couldn't they keep the noise down? Didn't they know what could happen if they spoke too loudly? He felt the sweat dripping down his face and continued to pray and crawl. They met about 20 meters further on. There were two of them, Egyptians in their mid-20s, a good 5 years older than him. One of them was taller than the other, and he was carrying something. It was a box about 50 centimeters square and 30 deep, made of something resembling balsa wood, the kind of thing that might be used to carry fresh fruit, but sealed at the top. The Egyptian man thrust the box towards him.
Be careful with that. Don't you know what it is?
He took it from the Egyptian, gripping it with both hands. The shorter of the two men made a hissing sound between his teeth.
Fucking cousins. Maybe it's soap for you to wash your mother's filthy arse.
The young man stood perfectly still.
My mother,
he said, his quiet voice disguising a world of emotion,
is dead.
Good, said the Egyptian. One less for me to waste my spit on.
And he spat a mouthful of saliva onto the young man's left cheek. The journey back along the tunnel was even more scary than before. Minutes passed like hours. With, he estimated, 25 meters to go, he realized he was heading uphill. He could hear voices now. And suddenly, perhaps 15 meters ahead, he could see a light. A minute later, he was standing underneath a trap door in the cellar of the house, carefully passing the box up into an outstretched pair of hands. The trap door echoed slightly as it shut. He followed his friends as they left the cellar, then the house, and stashed the box of C4 plastic explosive among some blankets in the boot of a very old, very rusty car. They drove away from the separation barrier with Egypt and further north into the young man's tiny, war-torn homeland. The convoy containing Stratton's Merc, the police outriders, and the regiment's Land Cruiser came to a halt. Jerusalem was 3 hours behind them. Its urban bustle and ancient beauty felt 1,000,000 miles away. So too did the Garden of Gethsemane. They had stopped at the front of a large cargo checkpoint. From photographs shown in briefing, Luke recognized it as the Carney Crossing. It had the air of a place which, when it was operational, would be very busy. But there was no civilian activity here today. No goods vehicles crossing to or from Gaza. The only presence was military. Luke peered out of his side window. Up above he could see a chopper. It was hovering low, maybe 100 feet, with its nose slightly dipped, but staying resolutely on the Israeli side of the fence. The chopper was the only thing that made a noise out here. Otherwise this crossing was silent. Like the personnel on both sides of the border were holding their breath. Luke opened the back door of the Merc and leaned in to look at Stratton.
We'll transfer you to the Land Cruiser now, sir.
Stratton didn't answer for a moment. He was staring out of the other window, lost in thought. Suddenly he snapped out of it. What? Get out, it's time to cross. As Luke was leading Stratton into the back of the Land Cruiser, one of the Israeli military guys approached. He had a shaved head, tanned skin, and deep, dark bags under his eyes.
You ready?
Luke nodded. The man pointed to the chopper.
The pilots reported some kind of presence on the other side of the buffer zone. 3 vehicles, armed. Be careful over there.
Luke climbed into the back of the Land Cruiser with the rest of the unit.
0, this is Tango 17.
Go ahead, Tango 17, send.
We have the Cardinal on board, crossing the border in figures 2.
Roger that, Tango 17, we have your position marked.
Fozzie drove the Land Cruiser slowly. The barrier, when they came to it, was a sheet of solid steel. It took 2 armed IDF men to slide it to one side before waving the regiment unit through. The terrain beyond the barrier was as featureless as the Israeli side, the grey December sky and the dusty ground a mirror of each other. But the Land Cruiser was still 5 meters from Gazan soil. Luke saw that a very different welcome awaited them. A technical, mounted with what looked like an old Russian DSHK machine gun, stood directly in their path.
Flanking it on either side were 2 Land Rovers. For 30 seconds, nothing moved. Then the technical started to reverse.
Guess that means a green light,
Fozzie said. He knocked the Land Cruiser into first gear and moved slowly through the barrier. It was about 12 clicks from the crossing to the centre of Gaza City where they were headed. Difficult to say how long it would take because it depended what they met up ahead. "Where is everyone?" Russ asked after they'd been driving for another minute or so. It was a good question. The road was strangely deserted for a main thoroughfare. Fozzie had started to slow down. 50 metres ahead there was a crossroad, and as they drew near it became clear why the road from the Kearney crossing had been deserted. There were 6 military jeeps here and twice as many armed soldiers. Luke knew a roadblock when he saw one.
Hamas?
Fozzie murmured when they were 30 metres distant.
Looks like they've been waiting for us.
Is that good or bad? Finn asked.
I guess we're going to find out.
Tango 17, this is 0, send.
We've got ourselves a roadblock. Looks official. Can you sort it?
Wilco, Tango 17.
They had to wait another 3 minutes for anything to happen. One of the radio operators up ahead started talking into his handset. Moments later, they saw him bark some kind of instruction to the others. A couple of them jumped up behind the wheels of 2 of the jeeps and reversed them out of the way. They made no indication that the regiment unit was permitted to cross, but Fozzie didn't wait for that. He moved the vehicle forward and through the roadblock. The outskirts of Gaza City were a mishmash of tall apartment blocks, single-storey warehouses, the occasional mosque. Almost everything appeared to be built from concrete or rendered in bland grey or yellow plaster that was cracking and falling away. The black Land Cruiser, with its tinted glass and shining chrome, attracted attention, and Luke didn't like that. He felt that every Palestinian citizen they passed, most of them dressed in shabby Western-style clothing, though a few wore more traditional robes and headdresses, was staring at them with ill will.
2 o'clock,
Finn said, suddenly his voice tense. Someone's got eyes on. Luke looked in the direction his mate was indicating. Got him. The man Finn had pointed out was on a street corner, standing by the grubby awning of a meat shop that had the carcasses of a few animals hanging in the window. His head was wrapped in a keffiyeh, and he made no attempt to hide the AK-47 that was slung across his front. The regiment men's faces were grim as they ventured deeper into the city.
"What happens to the poor bastards who get bombed out of their homes?"
Fozzie asked out loud. It was Stratton who answered.
There are a number of refugee camps dotted around the Strip, 2 in Gaza City itself.
He sounded matter-of-fact about it. Nice, Fozzie muttered. The mist in Luke's mind was starting to burn away. Back in Jerusalem, Stratton had asked Maya Bloom if she wanted to be part of history. Quite what that meant Luke couldn't imagine, but Stratton was planning something, and whatever he was planning, one thing was suddenly clear to Luke. This was part of it. Don't you see? Doesn't anybody see? First the Balkans, then Iraq, now this. Stratton and the woman were planning some sort of terrorist atrocity in Jerusalem on Hanukkah. Sticking close to him wasn't enough. Luke had to prevent him from reaching Hamas. He had to abort the mission. Somehow. His fingers felt for his radio as he started formulating a communication in his head. He felt Stratton's eyes. Somehow he knew the bastard was onto him. They had to turn back. Luke opened his mouth to give the command, but too late. On Russ's instruction, Fozzie had taken a sharp right-hand turn at a crossroad and started heading northeast up a busy commercial street. With no warning, he hit the brakes and the Land Cruiser came to a screaming halt.
Houston, we have a problem."
Luke leaned over and stared out of the front windscreen. Then he looked out the rear. Fozzie was right. They had a problem. Big time. It took Luke just a few seconds to size up the situation. It was a busy street. The concrete buildings along either side were mostly 4 stories high. At ground level there was a smattering of parked cars. About 150 metres ahead, the road was blocked, not by vehicles this time, but by a mob of people, maybe 100 of them. They were advancing chaotically, but even at this distance and through the bullet-resistant glass of the Land Cruiser, the voices of the crowd were audible. Fozzie put the Land Cruiser into reverse. He hit the accelerator and the tyres screeched as he sped backwards, moving faster and faster towards the smaller crowd.
"What's going on?" Stratton demanded.
"You tell me,"
Luke retorted.
Through the rear windscreen, he saw a few members of the crowd run to either side of the road as the Land Cruiser approached, but the bulk of them, about 30 men, stayed where they were, chanting and thrusting their fists in the air. "Hamas?" Finn demanded. "They wouldn't dare," spat Stratton. Luke was still looking through the rear windscreen. "Incoming!" he shouted. He had picked out the shooters when they were about 75 metres from the crowd, 2 men in jeans and T-shirts and carrying old AKs. The age of the weapons made no difference. They pumped several bursts of 7.62s at the Land Cruiser. "Stay down!" Luke roared at Stratton. "Fozzie, fucking get out of here!" Fozzie spun the steering wheel as the rhythmic shouting of the advancing mob grew more frenzied. It was Russ who noticed it first. "RPG!" he yelled when they had gone barely 30 metres. "What the fuck?" said Luke. How the hell did they get themselves a piece of kit like that? But then he too caught sight of a thin Palestinian man at the front of the smaller crowd with a rocket launcher on his shoulder. If Fozzie had waited half a second more to yank his left hand down on the steering wheel, they'd have been mincemeat. As it was, the Land Cruiser swerved to the side of the road as the RPG thumped into the tarmac. He tried to reverse again, but as his foot left the clutch, there was a terrible grinding noise and a smell of burning. "Fucking axles twisters! We're not going anywhere in this piece of crap, mate!" Luke had to make a decision, and fast. "Finn, you and me are going to lay down warning fire. We need to disperse these crowds, and no stiffs. We start nailing people, we're going to be in the middle of a riot." "What the hell's going on?" Stratton butted in. His face was moist with sweat. "You shut up! Warning fire, Finn, I fucking mean it!" The 2 men opened the rear doors of the Land Cruiser and kicked them wide with their feet. In the same movement, Luke raised his .53 so that it was aimed well above the heads of the larger crowd and fired 2 quick bursts. Rounds from the crowd, 2 of them thudded into the window where Russ was still sitting next to Fozzie in the front. Finn's voice, urgent. "The fuckers are still advancing! Shoot them!" Stratton shouted. "That's an order!" "Fozzie," Luke's voice was as bleak as his mood. "If he speaks again, grease him." "Roger that." Luke tried to keep a clear head, to work out what the hell was going down. Had these people been sent here directly by the Hamas administration? On the face of it, it seemed unlikely. There were no vehicles, no fire support. "We need to nail them, Luke!" Finn shouted. Nail them. Finn's default setting. Luke remembered being in Iraq and how Finn had wanted to waste Amit from the first instant. "Luke!" Finn's warning snapped Luke back to the present. His forefinger, resting on the trigger, twitched. They'd been forced into a corner. Their choices were limited. In fact, they were non-existent. "Fire in 3!" Luke shouted over the pounding noise of the mob's chanting. He could sense Russ and Fozzie unlatching their doors. 2! Through the sight of the .53, Luke saw a commotion at the front of the crowd. There were 4 men in their 20s wearing jeans and black and white keffiyehs round their necks. They had surrounded someone and were pushing him forward. "Hold your fire!" The group of men had departed to reveal a kid, 13, 14 maybe. He stood motionless a couple of metres in front of the mob. Fozzie's voice. "What the hell's happening?" Luke paused a couple of seconds before answering. "We got ourselves a suicide bomber!" The boy was advancing. Luke could see his fists closing and opening. "Shoot him!" Stratton's voice was hoarse. "He's a terrorist! Shoot!" Luke blocked it out. If he was going to fire, it would be his decision, not Stratton's. "Luke, mate." Fozzie's voice was quiet and tense. "Now would be a good time to take the fucker out." The kid continued walking. "This is madness," Stratton hissed. "Will someone just shoot?" Luke almost missed it. The kid's eyes flickered upwards and to the right before returning to the road ahead. It was the smallest of movements, hardly anything at all, but it was enough. He redirected his weapon, so that it was pointing not at the boy, but across the street. He scanned the buildings, left to right, up, right to left. When Luke saw him, it was only momentary. He was looking down at the street below, concentration all over his swarthy face. There was something in the man's hands. It was the same size and shape as an old-fashioned mobile phone, but it had an antenna about 5 inches long sprouting from the top. Luke moved the crosshairs back to the man's head. "Hold tight, fellas." A direct hit. The man was slumped precariously over the balcony's railings. The kid stopped in his tracks, stared at the fallen man. He turned round to look at the silent, retreating crowd, the nearest members of which had retreated to a distance of 35 metres. And then he ran after them.
Shit!
Luke cried. First blood had been drawn. He turned to the guys in the vehicle and pointed through the front windscreen towards the dilapidated building with the scorch marks on the frontage, which was now 15 metres from their position.
We need to head in there! It's a defensible position!
Fozzie nodded.
Finn, Russ, cover me. I'll get Stratton inside first.
The two men didn't hesitate. Russ kicked the passenger door open and started firing towards the crowd. Luke thrust himself into the building, his weapon pointing up, then down as he checked if it was occupied. No sign of anyone.
Get in!
He bellowed at Stratton. Then all of a sudden his attention was elsewhere, and he had almost no time at all to deal with it.
Get away from the vehicle!
He screamed at his mates as he raised his weapon.
Get away from the fucking vehicle!
The air was suddenly filled with the renewed chugging of Finn's 53 as he slaughtered a fresh wave of Palestinians. He had ignored Luke's warning to get the hell away from the Land Cruiser. Perhaps he hadn't heard it, but hadn't clocked the RPG either. It was up to Luke to lock on to the target. The crosshairs hovered over the shooter's chest. Both men fired at the same time. The shooter went down, but it was too late. The explosion was brief, but it was powerful. It sent a shockwave emanating from the 4x4 that threw Luke a metre backwards into the building. Fozzie couldn't have known what hit him. Then Luke saw Russ's body flying through the air on the other side of the Land Cruiser. Finn landed on his front no more than 3 metres from where Luke was lying, blood pissing from the back of his neck.
Up!
He barked, and when Stratton hesitated, he just pushed him so that he stumbled up the stairs. Luke aimed his weapon down the stairwell and fired a short burst. The sound echoed all over the building, and for a moment the voices ceased. It wouldn't be for long, Luke knew. The crowd had a taste for blood. They were coming. On the 4th-storey landing there was an opening where a door had once been, and they stepped onto the rooftop. The front looked straight out onto the street below, the rear onto a concrete courtyard, and there was a gap of about 6 metres too far to jump between the adjacent roofs. The sound of the mob below drifted upwards. It was getting angrier. Luke turned his back on Stratton and activated his sat phone.
0!
He shouted into the mouthpiece.
This is Tango 17!
Tango 17, this is 0. What the hell's happening?
I've got 3 men down. The Cardinal is safe for now, but I've got limited ammo. I'm on a rooftop. Do you have my position marked?
Roger that, Tango 17.
I need a fucking chopper, buddy.
Tango 17, your location is a no-fly zone. Attempt return by vehicle or foot.
Fuck the no-fly zone. I can hold these bastards for 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops.
Luke disconnected the sat phone and aimed his 53 directly at Stratton's head.
All right, you piece of shit, let's talk. What are you planning with Maya Bloom?
Stratton's eyes widened.
What are you planning?
But Stratton just smiled.
Do you know how easy it would be for me to shoot you now and tell everyone you caught an enemy round?
No reply. Luke pressed his weapon against Stratton's forehead.
I know you've got something to do with the train bombings. You and Maya Bloom.
Stratton's eyes shone, but still he gave no reply.
Why? Money? The Grosvenor Group?
When Stratton finally spoke, it was barely more than a whisper.
He
told me to do it. Luke blinked.
What?
I pity you if you have no faith.
Who told you to do it?
The troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary.
What the fuck are you on about?
Its end shall come with a flood. A noise from below the skylight. When the wall falls, no one will be able to stop the war that is coming. Luke raised his 53 again. 2 things had caught his attention. The first was the noise of an aircraft in the distance, but at the same time he saw a figure emerging from the skylight. Luke delved into his ops waistcoat and brought out a fragmentation grenade. He squeezed the detonation lever, pulled out the pin and hurled the grenade over the shed. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3. The frag exploded with a sudden sharp crack, which was followed by the sound of screaming. Luke pressed his back against the corner of the shed, pointed his weapon around the corner, and fired a random burst before peering round to take stock of the situation. The frag had done its work well. 3 militants were on their backs, 2 of them were motionless, the third had blood pumping from his leg. And then Luke looked up. 2 helis, both coming in sharp and from a great height. As the Puma touched down, it was like a Force 9 wind had blown over the building. "Go!" Luke roared at Stratton over the deafening noise. He kept his .53 aimed towards the skylight. The crew member grabbed Stratton by the arm and pulled him into the helicopter. Luke followed, throwing himself into the hard, metallic interior of the chopper. The instant he was on board, he hurled himself at the older man and whacked him with a heavy fist. Stratton was like a rag doll. He didn't even try to resist as Luke laid into him. And by the time 2 of the air crew had pulled him away, he'd managed to thump his fist 3 times against the former PM's face. Then he slumped onto the floor of the Puma, suddenly exhausted, his mind ablaze. It wasn't over yet. Alistair Stratton, Maya Bloom, the Grosvenor Group. Together, they'd caused death on an unimaginable scale. And from what Stratton had said, there was more to come. To the end, there shall be war. Stratton's voice rang in Luke's head as the fields and rooftops of Gaza slipped away underneath him, and the aircraft sped out of Hamas territory, back over the border into Israel. $1,500. There was a queue outside the security gates leading to the western wall. A young man who had just joined it counted 20 people ahead of him, all men, as the women were obliged to use an adjacent entrance. The young man knew the regulations too. He'd been coming here every day for the past 2 weeks, though before that he wouldn't have been seen dead in such a place. When his turn came, the young man passed through the airport-style metal detector. It made no sound, so he recovered his keys and his loose change, returned them to his pocket, and continued on his way. He headed straight for the far corner of the plaza, which adjoined the left-hand side of the wall. There he passed through a small archway to find himself in a room that gave access to Jerusalem's ancient tunnels. After about 100 meters, he arrived at his destination. In the wall to the left, there was a metal grill about 1 meter square, its bars creating gaps roughly 10 centimeters by 15. Beyond the grill it was dark and the air around it was slightly colder. It was impossible to see how far back or down the space extended, but he knew it was enough for his purposes. The young man looked around to check nobody was watching. The immediate vicinity was deserted. From the inside pocket of his jacket he pulled a resealable transparent plastic freezer bag with a 30-centimeter length of fishing line attached to it. He removed the coins from his pocket and placed them in the bag, which he sealed and, checking once more that nobody was watching, pushed through one of the lowest row of holes in the grill. They could wait there until they were needed, which wouldn't be long, he thought to himself as he shuffled out of the tunnel, back into the plaza and away from the western wall. 5 minutes later he was walking around the old town, back towards East Jerusalem, his job complete. For now. The regiment ops room back at the Israeli military base had been emptied, the entire squadron confined to quarters. The Puma had touched down 3.5 hours ago, but that meant nothing to Luke. He was suffering from a kind of numbness. To the end, there shall be war. The memory of Stratton's words chilled him, and he couldn't get the bastard out of his head. The Book of Daniel. It tells us it is here that the end times will start. Was he really saying that? Was he really saying that the end of the world was coming and that he had something to do with it? If Stratton wanted the world to burn, all it needed was a spark. And if everything Luke had heard was right, that spark would be lit in Jerusalem. Hanukkah, the first day of the celebrations, 1 hour before midday. The ops officer had mentioned Hanukkah. What had he said? 3 days from now? Luke did the maths. The first day of Hanukkah was tomorrow, and at 1100 hours, something big would be going down. O'Donoghue turned to Luke, his face a mixture of fury and astonishment.
Stratton's on the warpath. You can say that again.
The ops officer ignored the comment.
He says you lost it on the ground. Have you got any fucking idea what a shitstorm this is going to cause? Stratton says,
I don't give a sus.
what Stratton says. How long have you known me, boss? Do you really think I lost it down there? Do you really think I put the lives of my unit at risk? Do you really think that? What I really want you to do, Luke, is explain why I've just been looking at footage that shows you... Suddenly the door burst open. A short, tanned man around 60 with thick white hair, an expensive but crumpled suit and bags under his eyes stormed in. "Who the fuck is he?" O'Donoghue demanded of Julian Dawson, his OC. "I am the British ambassador to Tel Aviv. You," he waved his right hand at the three men in general, "are in 10 tons of shit." He looked from one to the other before his eyes settled on Luke. "Is this the man? I want him transferred to Tel Aviv. There's a high-security unit there with an SIS presence." "He's not going anywhere." The ops officer's voice was firm. A pause. "I hardly need to remind you that I am the representative of Her Majesty's..." "He's under my command. He's not going anywhere." "Don't be a bloody idiot." The ops officer marched out of the room, leaving Luke alone with the OC and the ambassador. "This isn't the end of it," the ambassador announced. Dawson ignored him. All his attention was on Luke, and the look he gave him was bitter. At that moment, O'Donoghue returned along with 4 members of B Squadron. "On your feet, Massa," Dawson instructed before turning to 4 regiment men. "Get him out of my sight." Luke knew he had to move hard and fast. The ambassador might have been a soft target, but the other men in the room were as highly trained as he was and just as strong. He did it all in a single movement, pulling the gun from his holster, stepping towards the ambassador, hooking his left arm around the man's neck and pressing the handgun against the side of his head. "Get away from the door," Luke instructed. No movement. "Get away from the fucking door." The 2 regiment men on either side of the door looked towards Dawson, who nodded. They stepped aside. "Hands on heads, and get to the back of the room, all of you," Luke ordered. "Do it," O'Donoghue said, and then as the men moved, "Put your gun down, Luke. Your career's already over. Don't make it even worse." "Where's Stratton?" "You know I can't tell you that." "You think I've lost it? You think I'm mad? I'll fucking show you when I nail this piece of shit. Where's Stratton?" It was the ambassador who replied. "Airlifted to Ben Gurion. He's taking a UN flight back to London tonight." Luke looked over at O'Donoghue. "Where's the key to that door?" The ops officer remained stony-faced. So Luke tightened his arm lock on the ambassador. "Where's the fucking key?" O'Donoghue pulled a bunch of keys from his pocket. "Lock the door." O'Donoghue's face hardened. He examined the keys, selected one and moved over to the door. He inserted it into the lock and twisted it back and forth. Luke heard the lock click shut and open again. Luke forced the ambassador towards the exit. "I'm taking him outside. If I see the door open, I'll kill him." "This is an outrage!" the ambassador spat. Luke didn't reply. He just raised his cig and brought it crashing down on the ambassador's neck. The man fell unconscious to the ground. And then Luke ran. The canteen was 25 meters to his right. Luke sprinted over to it and tried the door. It was unlocked, so he disappeared inside. Although Luke could smell cooking, the dining area was empty. At the far end was a serving hatch about 4 meters wide, and to its right was a closed door. He climbed through the hatch into the kitchen before pulling the blind down behind him and checking the door. From the inside, it opened fine. He went to the ovens and extinguished the hobs before looking around. He knew what he wanted to achieve. All he needed was the tools to do it. He saw a copy of the Jerusalem Post sitting on a metal trolley. He picked it up before taking hold of a meat cleaver and slamming it into the gas pipe. The pipe dented, but didn't break. Luke whacked it again, and the dent grew bigger. It was the 3rd strike that split it, and a sudden rush of gas hissed loudly into the kitchen. Now he loosened a couple of pages from the newspaper, stuffed them into the toaster and pushed down the lever. 30 seconds before they caught fire, he reckoned. 30 seconds to get the fuck out of there. In the end, it took just over 30 seconds for the gas to ignite. Luke was about 10 meters from the canteen when a massive explosion erupted behind him. 20 meters ahead, he clocked a Wimmick. The driver had stopped and climbed out of the vehicle, leaving the driver's door open and the engine running. Everyone's attention was on the burning building, which meant nobody gave Luke a second glance as he slipped into the driver's seat of the Wimmick, turned the vehicle round 180 degrees and drove away. 30 seconds, 100 meters, Another 50 metres along, he passed the hangar containing the F-16. On the night they'd arrived, it had been surrounded by mechanics. There was nobody in the hangar tonight. The aircraft was ready to fly. He continued to drive steadily towards the exit of the base. A minute passed. 500 metres of ground. The barrier was 60 metres away. 50. Luke accelerated. It was his only option. Pick up enough speed and the barrier couldn't stop him. 30 metres to go. 20. Suddenly, to Luke's astonishment, the barrier rose. Had word not reached the sentries? He kept his foot down and his eyes firmly on the road ahead. He'd been lucky, and experience told him that such luck seldom lasted. He'd tried to get his head straight. Stratton was at Ben Gurion if he hadn't already flown. He had only one choice, to get to Jerusalem. Because if he didn't pull something out of the bag by 11 o'clock tomorrow, Stratton and Maya Bloom's plans would come to fruition. The air at Ben Gurion was thick with rain. It poured onto the chassis of a UN cargo TriStar as it refueled and onto the military presence, heavy even for Ben Gurion that surrounded it. Alistair Stratton looked a far cry from the smart, statesman-like politician the world knew. Soaked by the rain, he swiftly entered the body of the TriStar.
"We should be off the ground in half an hour, sir."
"Why so long?" Stratton's voice was hoarse.
"We've just received a communication from B Squadron SAS."
The former PM looked at the man with the UN armband. "What?"
"One of their men has gone AWOL. Nothing for you to worry about, sir. We're quite secure."
As the officer disappeared, the Lodi approached and spoke with a scrupulously polite Midwestern American accent.
"I need to ask you to take a seat, please, sir."
A pause.
"Mr. Stratton, sir?"
Stratton blinked, then nodded. He hadn't needed to ask who the SAS man was, but he was insignificant. There was no way he could prevent what was going to happen. Stratton was still staring from the window, lost in thought, when the aircraft's engine started up. The TriStar juddered with turbulence through the rain and the cloud cover. When it finally broke through, he saw the waxing moon hanging bright in the sky, and a couple of minutes later, a different kind of light. Jerusalem. Stratton felt a thrill as he gazed down on the sacred place. His pale lips moved faintly, silently. A sudden lurch as the aircraft banked to the left, and as quickly as the holy city had come into view, it disappeared. It was another 15 minutes before the cloud cover dispersed again, and something caught Stratton's eye. Two aircraft at a much lower altitude than the TriStar were circling above a built-up region, maybe a couple of square kilometers, with two runways very clearly marked out in yellow lights. Stratton knew what he was looking at, a coalition military base. The aircraft were no doubt bringing in troops, equipment, or supplies. It was all coming together. "Everything all right, sir?" A figure had appeared in the aisle by his seat, a soldier in digital camouflage and wearing a distinctive beret with the emblem of a winged dagger. "I understand one of your men has gone missing." He lightly touched his painful, broken nose. "He lost his mind, you know. Quite lost it. Post-traumatic stress disorder, I suppose. Terrible thing. I'm rather afraid for his own safety."
"He won't get far, sir,"
the regiment man replied stiffly. "I promise you that." "Good. I'm glad to hear it. For his own sake." And without another word, Stratton turned to look out of the window again, to gaze at the sight of his armies gathering on the plains below. Luke killed his lights. He knew he had to ditch the Wimmick. It wouldn't take long for the guys back at base to realize what he'd done, and the whole fucking Israeli police force would be looking for the vehicle. He allowed himself 30 seconds to rummage in the Bergen that had been left on the passenger seat. Its contents were neatly packed. Luke pulled everything out: a thin base layer that didn't smell too good, an IDF cap, 2 packets of rations, and a wallet containing a military ID card and a small sheaf of used banknotes. Shouldering the Bergen, he ran from the Wimmick through the rain towards the main road. It was busy in both directions, cars passing each way at a rate of 1 every 10 seconds, and fully dark. He tried to flag a vehicle down, all the while keeping an eye over his shoulder in the direction from which he'd come. Panic rose in his stomach. No one was stopping. He didn't blame them. He looked like a down-and-out, wild-eyed, dirty and drenched. He could hear a chopper. It was hovering just beyond the junction with the main road, clearly scanning the area below. It would only be seconds before... Suddenly another wave of spray hit him, chill and muddy. Luke cursed, but then he saw that the vehicle which had caused it hadn't driven past, but had come to an abrupt halt just 5 meters up ahead. Luke ran back. The vehicle was a VW minibus, its front half painted yellow, its rear half white, and with Hebrew lettering along the side. Underneath, much smaller, was the word Sherut. As Luke threw himself into the vehicle and slammed the door behind him, he felt the eyes of the other passengers on him. Luke twigged that he was in a shared taxi. He plunged his hand into his pocket and pulled out the sheaf of notes he'd taken from the stolen Bergen. He peeled off a couple and thrust them into the fist of the driver. Luke sat back in his seat, closed his eyes, and tried to control his breathing. He was safe. For now. But as the minibus sped along the main road, the knot in his stomach refused to go. His mind churned over everything that had happened over the past few days. Suze MacArthur, Gaza, his men, dead. But above it all were two faces, Alistair Stratton and Maya Bloom. He suddenly turned and looked at the passenger behind him, an elderly man with silver hair and a tanned, lined face.
Do you speak English?
Of course.
What's the next stop? Why, Jerusalem, of course.
Luke blinked. He checked his watch. 18:35, less than 17 hours till Stratton's spectacular came off. Less than 17 hours to stop him. 15 hours. After nearly 2 hours, the rain eased and Luke could make out the outskirts of a city. When the taxi finally stopped, Luke was the first to grab his bag and jump out. He found himself on a wide boulevard, indistinguishable from almost every other street they'd driven down since they'd hit the center. Looking round, he saw a small tourist sign shaped like a pointing hand. It had Hebrew lettering on it, but underneath it was translated into English, "To the Old Town." It was quieter here, more sheltered, but he needed to get something hot inside him to raise his body temperature. When he passed a shop with its grill open and a picture of a steaming cup painted on the window, he checked for security cameras inside. Seeing none, he entered. A young woman of about 20 with dark hair and eyes stood behind a Formica counter.
"Coffee,"
he said, black. "English?" she asked in a throaty voice. Luke nodded and continued to look around the room. There was only one other customer, an incredibly ancient man dressed in an old black suit and with a black hat perched on the table in front of him next to his coffee cup. Luke, pointing at a computer, "Can I use that?" "Sure, I'll get your coffee." Luke put himself back on the roof in Gaza and closed his eyes as he recalled Stratton's rant. "The troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary." He typed the words slowly, his cold, dirty fingers feeling too big for the keys, then pressed enter. A bewildering array of results appeared in front of him.
Daniel, chapter 9.
It was the old man who had spoken. What? The elderly customer glanced at the screen.
"The troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war."
What's the sanctuary?
The temple, of course.
Luke blinked as Stratton's voice echoed in his head. "When the wall falls, no one will be able to stop the war that is coming." The old man suddenly pulled a white handkerchief from his sleeve and blew his nose noisily before he turned back to Luke.
"You know, the world makes a mistake when it believes the only fundamentalists belong to Islam."
He picked his hat up from the table, placed it on his head and started to stand. "Wait," Luke said. The old man inclined his head. "If the Arabs destroyed the Western Wall, what would happen?"
"Well then, it will be as the book of Daniel has foretold. To the end there shall be war."
He smiled, then raised his hat a little.
"Good evening to you."
The pieces of the jigsaw were falling into place. Alistair Stratton had already persuaded Maya Bloom to orchestrate one atrocity in Britain. Now it was just a matter of time before she orchestrated a second here in Jerusalem. And with the world on the brink of war, this was the final act that would push it over the precipice. A pair of eyes stared out of the open window of a dark attic. They were perfectly still as they looked across the ramshackle rooftops. They were unblinking. Then a crack of rainless thunder seemed to shake the very bones of the city. But it did not shake Maya Bloom. The Book of Daniel. She heard Stratton's voice as clearly as if he was in the tiny room with her. It tells us it is here that the end times will start. It's quite clear about that, Maya. Quite clear. A cold wind gusted in through the open window. She felt it blowing the hair back from her face. Do you want to be part of history? Thunder echoed across the skies. The city shook. Maya Bloom stared implacably through the window as she waited for Hanukkah to arrive. "23:03 hours. If he'd been here with the regiment, Luke would have had all the assets he needed. But tonight was very different. His imagery consisted of the tourist map he'd swiped from the cafe. It had told him that the Western Wall was located in the eastern part of the old town. He retreated from the entrance and made his way back down narrow, winding commercial streets with few pedestrians and even fewer cars. Now he hurried back to the security gates and passed through the metal detector with no problem. At the end of the plaza, lit up in the darkness, was a landmark he knew from the TV, the Western Wall. The section of the wall he could see was about 20 meters high and 50 meters wide, ancient, sturdy. There were maybe 50 people standing close to it and praying. If Stratton was planning an atrocity at the wall, how would he do it? You couldn't attack from the air because the second an unknown aircraft violated Israeli airspace, it would be taken down. A ground attack? He'd seen for himself how high the security was at ground level. Smuggling weapons into the Western Wall Plaza through the metal detectors was almost impossible. From his vantage point, Luke tried to spot any plainclothes operators. These would be men or women pretending to be visitors but who stuck around for a suspicious amount of time. He saw no one, but that didn't mean they weren't there. He needed a closer look at the wall itself. With his head down, he started walking across the plaza, losing himself in a little crowd of tourists who were doing the same thing. A voice behind him.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
A thin man with a wispy beard and square spectacles was running towards him, suspicion on his face.
You cannot approach the wall bareheaded.
What? The guy held out a thin cardboard skull cap. Luke felt his muscles relaxing. Right, thanks. He put on the cap and continued his approach. On his left, he passed a low, sand-coloured building with a series of arches built into the foundations. Most of his attention, however, was on the wall itself. To his left, as he faced it, there was a low arch leading into the building adjoining the plaza, about 2 meters at its highest point, and a single glance told him that the wall itself continued to form a kind of tunnel. Luke approached it. If the wall was not just the exposed section of the plaza, he needed to examine the rest of it, to put himself in the mindset of a terrorist and work out where the weak points of this target were. After 100 meters or so, he arrived in a room in which there were about 30 people, maybe more. Against the wall there was a Perspex plaque with white writing, in Hebrew at the top, and underneath in English, opposite the foundation stone and the site of the Holy of Holies. Luke edged through the little crowd and continued his recce. As he went further north, the tunnel became less well lit. Then something caught his eye. It was difficult to see in the dim light of the tunnel, but Luke's vision was good. Tied round the lowermost metal bars of the grille were lengths of fishing line. He pulled one of them up, and what he found puzzled him. A clear plastic bag, filled with coins. A few bags of shekels weren't going to bring down the Western Wall. Think, Luke told himself, think. How had Stratton and Maya Bloom struck last? He remembered the images he'd seen of the train bombings, the pictures of the Palestinian men who'd blown themselves up. He remembered the kid in Gaza, his body strapped with fuck knows what kind of explosive. The Palestinians used suicide bombs. They were well known for it. And Stratton? Stratton used the Palestinians. But what about the security? How could you get past the metal detectors? Explosives, they'd get through the gates easily enough. It was the rest of it that would be problematic. A detonator. Anything that could send a surge of voltage into the explosives. And most vests were packed with shrapnel to cause maximum collateral damage. Shrapnel. The bag of coins. Small, hard lumps of metal. Get one of those in the skull and you'd know about it. They'd cause just as much carnage as the usual nuts and bolts that got stuck into suicide vests. Fuck, Luke breathed. The mist was clearing. What if the bombers had been bringing in the makeshift constituent parts of their equipment piece by piece? What about the bombers themselves? Would he trust them to go ahead with their suicide mission? He thought back to Gaza, to the kid with the remote detonator. Truth was, even the most idealistic nutter could bottle it at the last minute. If Luke was organising this thing, he'd give the bombers as little information as possible and only issue their final instructions at the very last minute. He'd make sure they got as close to the target site as possible before leaving them to their own explosive devices. The tourist map of the old town was a photograph in his mind, and Luke headed south between the city's Jewish and Armenian quarters. His mental map told him that here was the Dung Gate, the closest access point to the wall. To its left was an olive tree, to its right 3 palms. People were walking in and out, cars, pedestrians. It was late but still busy. He stood for a moment and stared at the gate. If he was right, any bomber heading for the Western Wall would be likely to pass through here, if he was right. A church bell rang somewhere in the distance. He counted the chimes. They were sombre, stately. 12 of them. Midnight. Hanukkah had arrived. In 11 hours, he would know. In the meantime, he couldn't loiter here. With the military presence so high, he'd soon be observed. But he needed to set up surveillance on the Dung Gate, and quickly. And that meant finding a workable observation post. 10th of December, 0700 hours. On the eastern outskirts of Tel Aviv, in a well-to-do suburb where the roads were gated and the houses large, the previous evening's storm was just an unpleasant memory. The sky was clear and crisp, and a white bus was waiting outside the Shaiba Elementary School for girls, its engine running. The front door of the bus was open, and a pretty young woman with dark curly hair and almond eyes stood just next to it, with a clipboard in her hand. On the pavement in front of her was a well-behaved line of little ladies, all aged either 7 or 8. Today was a holiday, of course, the first day of the Festival of Lights. The teachers were glad to sacrifice one of their precious holiday days to give the girls the chance to travel to Jerusalem, to see the celebrations in that holy place for themselves. The driver was a man in his 40s, with a small paunch and an open-necked shirt. He pressed a button and the door closed. "All ready?" he asked above the children's babble. "All ready," the teacher replied with a smile. And as she strapped herself into her seat at the front, her 3 female colleagues having already installed themselves among the party, the bus moved off.
"How long till we get there, Miss Leibowitz?"
a voice asked from behind her. She looked round to see the face of one of her favourites, an earnest little girl called Natasha, who wore red ribbons in her beautifully plaited pigtails.
2 hours, Natasha, darling, just 2 hours. We'll be there before you know it.
Natasha smiled, then sat back down in her seat and gazed out of the window just as they passed a green sign with a white arrow and a single word in Hebrew. It read, Jerusalem. Jerusalem. A city divided. A Jewish quarter, a Christian quarter, an Islamic quarter, an Armenian quarter. A place for everyone and no one. And then there was East Jerusalem, occupied by the Arabs and governed by the Palestinian Authority, adjoining the old town and the West Bank, a symbol of the city's warlike past and fractured present. It was in East Jerusalem that 4 people found themselves now, in the basement of a poor and unassuming house. 3 men, 1 woman. The men were naked apart from their underpants. The woman had covered herself with a long white T-shirt that did little to hide the swelling of her 5-month pregnant belly. Their semi-nakedness didn't embarrass them. They had more important things to think of. A single bare bulb hung from a ceiling which bowed under the weight of the building above, and beneath the bulb, a table. They stood in silence, staring at the table's contents. There was a kitchen rolling pin, a roll of heavy-duty electrical tape, and next to it a wooden box, its lid beside it. Inside the box were tightly packed blocks of what looked like brown modelling clay. One of the men stepped forward. He was just 17, but he'd been waiting for this moment for as long as he could remember. When the young man stepped back, he knew he was wearing enough plastic explosive to take many people with him. In the meantime, the other 2 men and the pregnant woman needed to undergo the same process. They did so in solemn silence, in the full and certain knowledge that soon there would be 4 walking weapons, unrecognizable, untraceable, and, inshallah, unstoppable. 0800 hours. Luke's observation post was far from perfect, but it was his only real option. The rooftop was about 20 meters square, and it suited his purposes well enough. Its perimeter was surrounded by walls a couple of meters high. The roof itself, sealed with pitch, was covered with bird shit, and in the centre there was a glass skylight measuring about 2 meters each way. On the western side of the roof was a small corrugated iron hut. A quick examination told him that it contained the guts of the building's power supply. It grew light just after 0600 hours. By 0700, the traffic on the perimeter road was heavy: civilian vehicles, police cars, the occasional tourist bus, and there were more pedestrians. Luke trained his scope on individual faces, committing every minute detail of the scene below to memory. And even though he didn't know exactly what he was looking for, he knew he had to trust his judgment, trust his surveillance skills, trust that he'd made the right call, and that whatever was about to happen, he'd know it when he saw it. 0859 hours. The queue to pass through security into the Western Wall Plaza had been growing steadily since first light. Ruben Sharon, a 19-year-old IDF recruit, had been here since 0600 hours, and if he looked pissed off, it was because he was. There was a sudden beeping of the metal detector. He jerked a finger to indicate that the visitor should step to one side. "Arms outstretched," he ordered. He didn't really feel much pressure to be polite. The visitor did as he was told. He looked straight ahead as Ruben brushed a handheld detector up and down his arms, legs, torso, and back.
"All right,"
he said once he was satisfied the visitor was clear.
"On you go."
It was another 5 minutes before the alarm went off again. The guy who triggered it couldn't have been more different to the last. He was also young, younger maybe than Ruben. He pointed at the long table where he kept the detector.
"Hands on the table. Legs apart."
Ruben was meticulous with the detector, scanning every square centimetre of the kid's body. It didn't take long for the device to start beeping.
"What have you got in your pocket?"
After a few moments, Ruben handed the phone back.
"No mobile phone usage on feast days,"
he grunted. Miss Leibovitz was flustered. The journey from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem was taking much longer than they had expected. One of the girls in the back of the bus had puked, which had delayed them for half an hour. Already it was 10 o'clock, and they were only just approaching the outskirts of Jerusalem. She leaned forwards in her seat and asked the driver,
"How much longer now, do you think?"
"Depends if any of your girls are going to be sick in the back of my bus again."
10:26 hours. Luke's muscles ached from his stationary position. He continued to scan the area with his scope. Was anyone doing anything out of the ordinary? The answer was no. Then Luke heard a noise. It was behind him, and he tensed up. He quickly grabbed his cig, rolled onto his back, and pushed himself to his feet as the noise continued, an echoing, metallic sound that he now recognized from when he climbed up the ladder leading to the rooftop. Luke sprinted to the cover of the electricity shed. He listened carefully. There was a series of clunking sounds, 4 of them about 10 seconds apart, then silence. The gulls settled once more on the wall. Slowly, silently, Luke peered round the edge of the shed. The new arrival was lying in exactly the same position Luke had adopted, looking through a scope, but unlike Luke's, this scope was attached to the top of a sniper rifle. The rifle was pressed into the top of the shooter's shoulder, and the shooter's finger rested gently on the trigger. But the focus of Luke's attention wasn't the gun. It was the person handling it, dressed in black, dark hair, female. He couldn't make out her face very clearly, but he didn't need to. Luke knew exactly who he was looking at. She was armed to the fucking teeth and clearly prepared to kill. Luke felt a wild surge of relief. Stratton's right hand was here, just 10 meters from his position. He held his breath and kept the cig pointing in her direction, one finger lightly on the trigger. 5 meters, this was the bitch who'd killed Chet and his boy. But he also wanted her to talk. He was no more than 3 meters from her position when it all started to go to shit. It was the fault of the fucking gulls. They'd remained undisturbed as he silently approached, but suddenly his movement disturbed them and they flew off the wall together, squawking as they went. Maya Bloom reacted instantly. If he'd acted a nanosecond slower, he'd have been fucked. As it was, he just had time to lurch forward and stamp his left foot on the woman's wrist as she discharged the weapon. He smashed the barrel of his handgun hard against her right cheek, once, twice, 3 times. He felt something crack and a spray of blood and mucus spattered from her nose. Only then did he speak.
Okay, honey, this is what's going to happen. You're going to tell me exactly what Stratton's got planned. You got 10 seconds. 5 seconds.
I don't know.
Not good enough, honey.
He hit the weapon against the same side of her face again. Maya Bloom's sudden movement came as a total surprise. Luke felt a deadening thump in the small of his back as she raised her right knee and dug it viciously into his spine. Luke made to discharge the SIG almost on autopilot. Nothing. He hurled the handgun in her direction, and it hit her wrist just as she fired the snub-nose. There was a dull thud, but the round flew harmlessly a couple of feet to Luke's left. He dived towards her, knocking her head back down onto the ground. Jumping back, he aimed the suppressed weapon at its owner.
What's he planning?
You're going to fuck everything up? She painfully, defiantly started to stand. He lunged forward and with brutal force brought his knee up into her stomach. The woman collapsed, a limp, silent heap on the floor. Bending down, he put 2 fingers to her jugular. A faint pulse. He knew how hard he'd knocked her. She wasn't waking up any time soon. Time check. 10:36 hours. 24 minutes to go. He bent down and started to remove the laces from her boots. Rolling her onto her front, he yanked her arms behind her back and tied her wrists together. With the other lace, he bound her legs together. Tied up like that, the only way she was getting off the roof was by jumping. He looked over the edge of the rooftop, back towards the dung gate. A white van had pulled up on the side of the road nearest the building. Even from this distance, Luke could tell it wasn't a tourist bus. He redirected the rifle to the vehicle. His heart was thumping. What if he did see suspicious individuals? He had no way of making a positive ID, no way of knowing whether he was shooting terrorists or innocents. A minute passed. 2. No movement from the white van. That in itself was suspicious. A second vehicle approached. He saw Hebrew lettering along the side and then underneath in English, Scheiber Elementary School. Shit, he muttered. There was another 30-second pause before anything happened. 2 men climbed out of the white van. They were wearing traditional Hasidic garments, and once they had emerged, they stepped back from the vehicle to allow 2 more figures to exit. Every instinct Luke had told him that these were his people. He aimed the crosshairs at the head of one of the 3 men. His finger twitched on the trigger. He didn't have any more time to delay. The decision had to be made. Now, he had to go with his gut. Fuck! His line of sight was blocked. 4 little girls had appeared, all plaits and ponytails. 10 seconds later, as one, they all started to cross the road. He tried to pick out the targets, but they were just part of a crowd now. He jumped to his feet. Maya Bloom was still lying motionless. He had to leave her there. At the base of the building, he dumped the rucksack in one of the bins. He took a moment to collect his thoughts, to gather his breath, to steady his nerve. And then he ran towards the dung gate. The plaza was filling up. Little groups of friends and family had gathered here, and already the crowd of worshippers by the wall itself was 3 people deep. The defiant party spirit extended to every corner of the plaza, and even a little way along the western wall tunnel. About 200 meters down and on the left was a little anteroom. This was occupied by a small group of people, huddled by the doorway so that they could see if anybody approached. They were 8 in number. One of the young men had stubble, a black and white skull cap, baggy jeans, earphones round his neck, and a mobile in his hand. When the improvised shrapnel had been dealt with, the woman asked, "The detonators?" The man with the stubble nodded and unplugged his phone. He handed it to the woman, then detached the lead from the earphones, unthreaded it from under his top and handed it over. The remaining phones were handed over to the 3 men, each device with a lead ending in 2 probes that they pushed into their C4 body casings. 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to paradise. 20 minutes until they changed the world forever. On a nearby rooftop, Maya Bloom's eyes shot open. The first thing she felt was pain, a stinging, burning pain across her face and a dull ache in her abdomen. She could deal with that. She looked around. Her assailant had removed her bag. That meant she had no weapons and no blade. She closed her eyes, breathed deeply, and then she looked around again. Her eyes fell upon the skylight, and immediately she had a strategy. Lying down lengthwise, she rolled towards the glass. Then, with a sudden, violent strike, raised the heels of her boots as high as possible and brought them slamming down on the glass. Fumbling blindly, she manoeuvred her wrists so they were touching a jagged shard and started to make small movements back and forth. It was impossible to slice just the bootlaces and not her skin. As she rocked her wrists back and forth, she felt flesh tear and moisten, but she barely noticed the pain. Seconds later, she was free. The image of her assailant rose in her mind. He was going to ruin everything. She wasn't going to let that happen. Maya Bloom stashed the piece of glass in a pocket and re-threaded the remnants of her laces into her boots, ignoring the way the blood oozed over her hands and nails. That done, she ran to the other side of the rooftop and started climbing down the ladder. She was at ground level in 30 seconds and already sprinting. 10:49 hours. Luke pushed through the crowd. He'd seen 4 people emerge from the van. 4 bombers, he reckoned, but they wouldn't be together. That would be a tactical fuck-up, because if one was caught, they'd all be caught. No, Luke's targets would be spread out along the wall. He scanned faces, trying to recognize one of the people he'd seen at a distance, or to identify anything suspicious about any of them. Nothing. He hurried through the room and took the tunnel leading north. Peculiar glances. Suspicion. Once or twice one of the celebrants said something to him in Hebrew. He hurried past, every sense heightened. Luke was 50 meters along the tunnel when he saw him. There were fewer people here now. The tunnel had just opened up slightly, and there was a single Hasid facing the wall. His head was bowed, his eyes closed, and his lips were moving silently. Luke stopped 5 meters from the man and didn't have to look at him for more than a couple of seconds to know something was wrong. The guy was shaking. In his right hand there was a mobile phone. Luke instantly recalled the tourist sign he'd seen yesterday in the plaza. On the Sabbath and holy days, smoking, photography, and cell phone use are strictly forbidden. Surely a devout man would know that. He slid out the knife from behind his belt. Just as he did this, the guy opened his eyes and raised his left hand to look at his watch. But then he noticed Luke. His eyes widened, and a look of panic crossed his face. He glanced down at the phone in his right hand, but by then Luke was on him. He hurled himself towards his target, thrusting his left hand up to his neck and slicing the knife across the back of his right hand. The phone hung loosely from the wire that was threaded up his sleeve, and the man grabbed at it with his left hand. Too late, Luke pulled the device loose. The bomber was shaking violently now, and the blood was flowing more freely from his hand. Luke pocketed the mobile, yanked the guy's left arm behind his back, just a fraction of an inch from breaking point. "Where are the others?" It was the bomber's eyes that told Luke everything he needed to know. They flickered, almost involuntarily, in the direction of the plaza. Luke sighed. It was time to dispense with the fucker. It was the work of less than a second to slice the sharp blade of his knife across the bare flesh to create a gash 1/2 inch deep and 3 inches wide. Luke's hands and T-shirt were spattered with the man's blood. It didn't matter now. He was already sprinting away. Maya Bloom studied the crowd, paying particular attention to the area around the wall. Was there anything untoward there, anything unusual? Nothing, just the faithful gathered on their holy day. Her eyes caught movement. 3 armed IDF soldiers pushing clumsily through the crowd towards the entrance to the tunnels. She turned to the right. A woman, her face lined and her body wrapped in a black robe, was about to walk past her back towards the exit. Maya Bloom stood in her way. "What time is it?" The woman looked taken aback. She glanced at Maya's bloody hands, then back up at her face. 5 to 11. Happy Hanukkah." Maya Bloom said nothing. Her mind was already elsewhere. Luke stormed back down the tunnel. "Think," he told himself. "Fucking think! What's the bomber's objective? Where would they be? When the wall falls..." The wall was the target, not the crowd, not the plaza, and to take out the wall you had to get close. Luke was about 15 meters from the tunnel entrance when he saw him. He was dressed just like the other bomber in a black jacket and black hat, and was standing quietly with his head bowed, and no sign of his hands, which were secreted in front of him. Luke took up position behind him. With lightning speed, he hooked his right hand round the man's waist. His thin body went suddenly rigid, and there was a fumbling of his hands. But by that time, Luke had a grip on the mobile phone he was carrying. "Take it easy, buddy." Luke's fingers had already located the lead, which was plugged into the base of the phone, and ran up the man's sleeve. He pulled it from the socket and felt for the telltale consistency of soft plastic explosive. Sure enough, It was taped to the inside of the man's arms. Positive ID. He hooked his knife hand around the man's waist, and with a sharp, brutal tug, he rammed it into the soft flesh of the bomber's belly. The bomber exhaled like a punctured balloon, and as Luke slid the blade across his abdomen, he felt the guy go heavy. He removed the phone from his grip and pulled the knife from his body just as the man sank to his knees, head against the stone. For the moment, he looked like he was praying. Luke left him there, disappeared into the crowd, and continued along the wall. 10:58 hours. All Alistair Stratton's attention was on the laptop by his side. His hands were trembling and a bead of sweat dripped down the side of his dirty face. His lips moved silently. He squinted at the screen. The resolution was poor, but he thought he could just make out a figure kneeling at the stones. Only now he wasn't kneeling. He had tumbled to one side and was lying limp and still. The Hasidim continued to step back, and Stratton thrust his face at the screen. "Now," he whispered, as if he could somehow be heard in that square so far away. And then he shouted, his voice hoarse, desperate, "Do it! Now!" Luke could sense commotion behind him. A shout. The dead bomber kneeling at the wall must have been discovered. How long till the remaining two realized what was happening? Minutes? Seconds? The third bomber's mistake was to turn around. It was the last thing he ever did. Luke couldn't be covert. There wasn't time. He raised his knife and slashed it across the bomber's right wrist. It sliced the wire just as effectively as the flesh, and for a split second the bomber looked in horror as the blood seeped from the wound. A split second, though, was all he had. Luke thumped him against the wall, jarred his chin violently upwards, and whipped the blade across his throat. In his mind, Luke had a picture, the image he'd seen from the rooftop of the 4 bombers emerging from the white van. 3 men, 1 woman. The female section was just as crowded as the male, and though the panic hadn't fully reached here, its ripples were just beginning. Facing the wall itself and touching its stones was a crowd of little girls. They seemed oblivious to the disturbance, but their teacher, a tall, thin woman with dark, curly hair, was looking around in alarm. Her eyes widened as she saw Luke and the spatter of blood on his face. Luke paid no attention to her. Shouting. Behind him, soldiers were screaming at him, first in Hebrew, then in English. "Drop the knife! Drop it or we fire!" But Luke had one more job to do. He launched his way towards the pregnant woman, and they collided with a vicious thump. She fell to the ground beneath him. But there was nothing in her hands. No detonator. His blood ran cold. She was the wrong person. Luke looked up. The first person he saw was Maya Bloom. She was standing above him, and from inside her jacket she removed the shard of glass. But in that instant the soldiers were there. 2 of them had their rifles pointing directly at him. "There's a suicide bomber!" Luke roared. "A pregnant woman! There's a fucking suicide bomber! Clear the area!" The screaming was growing louder, and across the roofs of Jerusalem a church bell sounded. 11 o'clock! 11 fucking o'clock! He'd failed. It didn't take more than a couple of seconds for Maya Bloom to locate the female bomber. The pregnant woman had a mobile phone in one hand, and as she saw Maya Bloom coming towards her, she was gripping it firmly. As they tumbled to the ground, the Israeli thumped the woman's right wrist against the stones of the western wall. Her grip loosened, and Maya Bloom tugged the phone from her. The device became disconnected from the lead to which it was attached. A fraction of a second later, it started to ring. Maya Bloom threw the detonator to the ground and raised the shard of glass up above her head, gripping it hard, even though its sharp edges cut into her palms. A second later, she brought it slamming down into the exposed neck of the pregnant woman. She looked over her shoulder to see the appalled face of a soldier who was pressing his rifle against her. "Lie on the ground with your hands on your head! Lie on the ground! Lie on the fucking ground, now!" Luke's head was pounding. He didn't understand. Maya Bloom was working for Stratton. What then had just happened? He felt her eyes on him, saw the calculating look in her face as she glanced from her gruesome handiwork to the soldier who was shouting at her to get down on the ground. When she snapped back at him, it was with authority. He could make out one word repeated several times. Mossad. 20 seconds later, Maya Bloom was standing right in front of him. "If you try to run, they'll shoot you."
What the fuck have you told them? The truth. That you're a terrorist. If you don't do what I tell you, neither of us will get out of the plaza alive.
Luke believed her. They moved in convoy, the two soldiers a metre behind Luke, Maya a metre in front, barking instructions at the crowd to let them through. What was she doing? What was she orchestrating? Was she setting things up to allow Luke to escape too? Perhaps she didn't want him to start telling the authorities what he knew about her. Luke saw the security gates 20 metres ahead, people crowding to get out. Maya Bloom looked back at him. It was a deadly look. He decided she intended to get him out of the way so she could dispose of him. She barked at the soldiers to stop when they were 15 metres from the security gates and turned to face them. There was a brief moment of stillness that allowed Luke to take in his position. Maya Bloom didn't hesitate. She strode up to one of the two soldiers who had Luke at gunpoint and barked at him. He and the other soldier looked at each other nervously. When she shouted again, to Luke's amazement, the first soldier lowered his weapon and handed it to her. The ranking Mossad agent organising the troops while she arrested the enemy. Only Maya Bloom wasn't Mossad. Not anymore. And her attention wasn't really on the IDF soldiers. It was firmly fixed on Luke.
Move! Hands on your head!
She nodded in the direction of the old town. Luke was at gunpoint. He had no option. He turned and walked. They passed a side street to their left. It was deserted, and Maya Bloom shouted at him to turn into it. And when a long, narrow alleyway emerged 50 metres down on their right, she again ordered, "Turn!" Luke felt himself tense up. As he rounded the corner, he suddenly crouched, turned, and jutted out his right foot so it connected sharply with the woman's left shin. She gasped, and for a fraction of a second she was disabled. And that was all Luke needed. He pulled the rifle from her grasp and quickly, brutally, whacked the butt against the side of her head. Maya Bloom staggered. By the time she had her balance again, the tables were turned. Luke was in control. She was at gunpoint. Luke said nothing. He just pointed down the empty side street and she understood. She walked slowly until she couldn't walk any more. A dead end, 25 metres further down.
Get your knees. Hands behind your head.
She did it slowly. With him standing 5 metres from her, the rifle aimed at her face. It was clear she had no choice. There was a moment of silence.
Who the hell are you? She demanded. Why did you attack me on the roof?
Why did you take out the last bomber? I was with Stratton in Gethsemane. I heard you planning this.
You're even more of an imbecile than I thought. I would never be involved in something like this.
Bullshit! The train bombings. I heard you discussing them with Stratton.
You wouldn't understand.
Try me. She stared defiantly at him.
I was helping Israel's enemies attack her allies. That way the world would turn against them.
Luke remembered her ruthlessness at St. Paul's. He remembered Chet. He reminded himself that Maya Bloom still wanted him dead.
This has been a long time coming.
She scowled.
What do you mean?
You killed my friend. You killed his kid. And you killed the boy's mother. And you did it all for that piece of shit Stratton.
I did nothing for Stratton. Everything I've done for my people.
He didn't shoot her in the head, or in the chest, but in the stomach. She coughed, a retching sound. When she'd finished, she gasped for air. Luke watched as her chin dropped to her chest. It felt right that her life was slipping away, and it felt right that he should tell her something else before she died.
I knew your brother.
The words were like a shot of adrenaline.
I don't believe you. His name was Amit. I was with him when he died.
Suddenly there was shouting. Even before Luke turned his head, he could tell there were at least 6 men. Israeli Special Forces. 20 metres. He looked at the dying woman. As Luke slowly lowered his weapon, he heard her speak. It was just a whisper.
Your friend died like a dog. He died limping like the cripple he was. He was pathetic.
A sudden jolt of anger shook Luke, and he squeezed the trigger, pumping a fatal shot into her head. 2 more rounds rang out instantly. One of them missed Luke, passing a couple of inches to the right of his head. The other found its target. It pierced his back, just to the right of his spine. He slammed to the ground. He tried to breathe, but no air reached his lungs. 2 figures loomed over him. He heard them, shouting. He tried to move his arms, but he had no strength, only pain. The shouts of the soldiers dissolved into a blur. Then there was darkness. The following day, there was a gentle breeze. It came from the east, but it was not so chill as to make the little crowd of 15 people standing near Alistair Stratton's private chapel hurry inside. They appeared quite happy to remain outside, chatting easily. The former Prime Minister stood on the edge of the group. He had a series of steri-strips across his broken nose, and his right eye was bruised and shiny. It had long been Stratton's habit to invite members of the public from the nearby village to join him for the Sunday morning service, and guests, of course, were always delighted to rub shoulders with a man of such importance. They'd dine out on it, telling their friends of the neatly clipped lawns and topiary, and of the serenity of that little chapel. At the Mossad Training Academy, Ephraim Cohen stared at 2 images. They were the stuff of nightmares. Maya Bloom's face was barely recognizable. It was no surprise she'd come to a violent end. The door opened, and Ehud Blumenthal walked in.
Ehud, I'm surprised to see you here.
It's not out of choice, I assure you.
What's the situation in Jerusalem?
Cohen asked. Everyone is waiting for a reaction.
And how long will they have to wait?
Blumenthal's forehead creased.
There will be no retaliation.
What do you mean?
2 days ago, the Americans were shoulder to shoulder with us. 2 hours ago, they ordered the withdrawal of their fleet in the Red Sea. And the President has made it clear that if we want to retaliate, we're on our own. They don't want to know.
Cohen blinked. It didn't make any sense. He looked down at the pictures on his desk.
How did Maya end up like this?
That's classified.
My clearance is
not high enough.
Blumenthal stood.
I'm instructed to inform you that your Kidon is to be honored posthumously. The Medal of Valor, Israel's highest honor. It will reflect well on you, I am sure.
In London, the SIS Director General stared at his most trusted analyst, a small man with balding ginger hair who'd worked for the service for 3 decades. Say that again? The analyst looked nervously from the DG to the Director of Special Forces.
We've monitored all the IP addresses connecting to the Western Wall's webcam for the period 10:55 to 11:05 Israeli time this morning, sir. One of these IPs is registered to Albany Manor, Alistair Stratton's residence. We've confirmed he was there at the time.
Leave us alone, the DG told the analyst. The little man appeared glad to leave quickly. There was a long silence.
You think there's a link?
Of course there's a bloody link, man. If you think Alistair Stratton has something to do with this, I can have him extracted from his residence within the hour. Give me another hour and I'll have a full confession and no visible signs of coercion. The DG appeared to consider the suggestion seriously, but then shook his head.
I'd never get the authority, but I'll tell you one thing. From now on, Alistair Stratton doesn't even take a shit without me knowing about it.
It was not yet light in New York City. The CEO of the Grosvenor Group was pissed off to be out of bed, even more so at the sight of Peter DeLong, his aggressive South African chief financial officer, standing by the exquisite early Picasso line drawings that hung on the wall in the lobby of his enormous Soho townhouse. The moment he saw his CEO, Peter started to gabble.
Jesus, Nathan, that shit in Jerusalem, it was him, wasn't it? It was Stratton. You think they're not going to fucking find out? We've got to do something about Stratton before he...
Do what, Peter?
Ask him nicely to keep his mouth shut. Stratton and men like him, they're our bread and butter."
Peter inhaled deeply, shakily, but he didn't say anything. He just turned and headed for the oak-panelled door.
"Oh, and Peter,"
the CFO turned.
"I'll be very dismayed if anything happens to Alistair Stratton. You understand that, don't you?"
Peter's face twitched.
"Don't you?"
The CFO looked down at the floor.
"Yes, Nathan."
Stratton pushed open the heavy oak door of the chapel and squinted as his eyes adjusted to the brightness outside. The door swung shut behind him, and it was only a second later, when his eyes had become used to the daylight, that he saw the state of his close protection men. They were slumped on either side of the doorway, their backs against the front wall of the chapel, each of them bearing exactly the same injury, a small entry wound on the forehead and a much larger exit wound at the back. Stratton's blood chilled, and then he sensed a figure walking around the side of the chapel. The figure wore a heavy hood that covered his eyes, and he remained absolutely silent. He just raised his right hand, which carried a pistol, its barrel lengthened by the addition of a suppressor. The sound of the round that killed him was just a low thud, like somebody rapping their knuckles sharply on a door. Stratton didn't hear it, of course, and his body hadn't even finished slumping to the floor before the shooter had turned and started moving round to the back of the chapel. The gunman knew he couldn't rely on speed, only stealth. A solitary figure making his way across the countryside. It was approaching midday when the figure arrived at the tiny railway station of Lesser Mickleston. When the train arrived at the station 3 minutes later, he pocketed the coin and limped to the edge of the platform. A set of doors stopped immediately in front of him. He pressed the door release button and awkwardly climbed inside.
"Tickets, please?"
The gunman removed a wallet from his pocket and opened it up. It was almost empty. There was nothing in there that could identify him, no credit cards, no ID, just some cash, the return ticket, and a cutting from a newspaper. He had read it 100 times already over the past few days, but as he waited for the ticket inspector to approach, he read it again. There were 4 photographs at the top of the article. Below the pictures was a headline: Scotland Yard still unable to identify 2 of 4 cathedral victims. He couldn't help staring at the images. One of them was of good quality and showed the smiling face of a young priest. The second was of an old lady. The remaining 2 were less distinct, clearly stills from a CCTV image. They showed a woman in her late 30s with a hunted expression, and a young boy with tousled hair.
"World's gone mad, if you ask me."
The gunman looked up, and as he did so, the hood fell back from over his eyes. He scrambled to cover his head again, but by then it was too late. The ticket inspector's eyes had moved from the clipping to his face, and they widened at the sight of him, at the sight of the patches of his head, where the hair had burned away, and the skin was scorched and withered, at his face, with its vicious scar down the side, and the area of damaged flesh that stuck to his skull like cling film, at his neck, the state of which hinted that the burn marks were not limited to his head, but continued down the rest of his body. The ticket inspector blinked, then coughed with embarrassment as he tried not to stare.
"Ticket, please,"
he repeated. The gunman bowed his head and wordlessly handed his ticket over. The inspector clipped it, returned it to its owner, and moved swiftly on to the next carriage.